Hope for the best.
Oh, boy.
Whatever. I don't even know where the fuck I am right now. I do know that I would be greatly assisted.
Fucking microphone. Damn. Damn. Make sure it's on while I'm traipsing about. Okay. What a pain in the ass. Okay, so I was trying to do the sighting today, and a couple broadcasts ago I realized that I'm hard for the loose fill insulation to press up against.
He's a language specialist. His role is to translate information related to the West.
So I'm gonna have to cover 100 fucking percent of the damn cabin in something.
That's the target.
And here's a funny little thing that happens with this side mission. There's not too many funny things that ever happen to side missions, so enjoy it while you can.
Эй, ты же говоришь по-английски? Это непросто. Наверное, работает в переводческом отделении, аналитики, западной разведки. Я часто вижу, у тебя свет допоздна.
Да, я всегда читаю газеты и журналы с той стороны. Я даже думаю по-английски.
Правда? Научи меня каким-нибудь клёвым выражением. На случай, если я вдруг встречу американца.
Хорошо, повторяй за мной. I spent last night with your girlfriend.
Что это значит?
Я друг твоего приятеля.
Ого, это действительно полезно. Любые мелочи могут помочь в этой холодной войне, да?
Точно. Эти слова могут спасти твою жизнь.
Ха-ха, может быть. В следующий раз ты должен научить меня еще чему-нибудь.
Конечно, увидимся.
That Soviet soldier in the green beret is speaking English. Must be a language specialist. With him on our side, we'd be capable of Russian interpretation support. Try and extract him.
Could have stolen his gun instead.
Talk. Spit it out. Speak. Speak. Where are your friends? Hands up.
Boss, that language specialist you extracted has been very cooperative. Says he's always dreamed of living a free life, like folks in the West. What are the odds, huh? I've gone ahead and placed him in the support unit. His job is Russian interpretation. Now you'll know what Soviet soldiers are saying. You can even interrogate them. Should give you an edge in the mission.
So here's what you missed from the last broadcast, if the last broadcast even exists, because right now, it's fucking the YouTube is saying that it doesn't exist. So that's really fucking cool. If MGSV let no bad happen number 28 TPP, well, there it is. It's just way out of order for no fucking reason. Anyways, so what you've missed is me taking over this guard check right here again, taking over this town again, doing it again to this one, doing it again, doing it to this one, and finally taking out the entire Eastern Communications Outpost. Why? Because the main thing that I'm trying to do here is grab the flags off of the communication, or off of the delivery checkpoints, because it allows you to box teleport. Now, I'm not 100% sure whether or not I got everything. Out of the Eastern Communication Post, so I'm going to follow the road and make sure that I got the delivery point. I'm pretty sure I did, but either way, we're going to try our best here. So, doing that side up, they actually put it in your way for the C2W mission. And it's the only mission that you can do and do a side op simultaneously. So if you walk up to one of these, then it'll have like a little circle button thing, and then you can hold the circle button to take an invoice off of this. And that will allow you to get into a box, hold the triangle button, and teleport to any other place that you've gotten one of those invoices off of one of these places, which I've gotten one out of Diallo Calais now. So I'm going to need one from there, 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 and one from there. There is none for the ruins, and there's none for this up here, which will come to be known as OKV-0. So that's it for Afghanistan. So like I said, with the with that guy being recruited to Diamond Dogs, now I can interrogate people, because he was a Russian English interpreter. Notice how my shield's just actually floating there, it's not even attached to me. Venom Snake produces its own magnetic field. It's not in the lore, but it's in my heart. Yeah. I need every little bit of everything, since nobody's going on a dispatch mission either, because they might die. Lesser horse-like creature! I've still got Director Kojima on the support staff so that I can Fulton people out, because I can't get rid of them no matter how hard I try.
That's a Caracal sheep. They're the oldest domesticated sheep and are also prized for their pelts. Some are raised for their meat, but Keep your appetite under control.
Got him. In Metal Gear Solid 3, now I haven't memorized the location of every single thing that you can pick up in the entire game, even with all the hours that I've played in this game, which is an extraordinary amount of hours. I have played this game very excessively and obsessively. Really, like, it was a problem. But remember, this game came out in 2015. 2 whole years before I got diagnosed and medically treated for all of my different mental disorders, so, you know, forgive me. I can't stop for everything and then show you the location of everything, but there's probably maps out there on the internet showing every little pickup, everything. I don't think I've ever found one, but they have to exist, right? Now I stopped to shoot the shit out of that car.
Mortar shells travel in a curved trajectory, meaning they hit from up above you. That's a military 4-wheel drive. A Soviet soldier. A lot of them came from Central Asia before, but lately they've been using more and more Russians. Simple, really. There's less hesitation to pull the trigger if they're not fighting their own race. Morbid cynicism, but it gets results. That's humanity for you. So this is Raven territory. I heard once that some indigenous peoples in Canada and Alaska deify the common raven as a totem.
Whenever you're on free roam mode, you don't have to worry about points. So, if you hit somebody with a tranquilizer dart, they'll eventually go down. See?
Hands up.
Wait a second.
Spit it out.
Specialist is located here.
He's coming too. Roger that.
You know, I always had people on the team at Mother Base with special skills, and I would keep them around. I'd try to collect them like Pokemon cards. And I was scared to get rid of them because I thought, like, even if they really suck really bad and they're bringing down the overall rating of everyone else because of just how bad they blow at everything except their special little skill, I assumed that if I got rid of them, then I would get rid of their special little skill along with them. But you just saw me get rid of absolutely fucking everybody. But somehow or another, I still have the services of the Russian-English interpreter that I got out of that PSYOP. That PSYOP.
You gotta extract him.
Мы его выследим! Двигайтесь! Я не хочу умирать!
It's like the only person on my staff that isn't Miller or Ocelot is the director of this video game, Hideo Kojima, ported in from the Intel Operative Rescue mission and Metal Gear Solid V Ground Zeroes. But even though I no longer have the services of the Russian English interpreter, I still magically have the ability to use his services.
He's coming too. Roger that.
In Ground Zeroes, this this challenge was simple. In the Phantom Pain, this challenge becomes much more multifaceted.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Because it's a challenge both on like, okay, don't kill people, but also it's a challenge on like, there's very few things. I constantly have to get rid of staff members so that they won't die under my care. I constantly have to pull them out of the war zone the same as I would do to the animals. And because I don't have many on my staff, it means that I'll constantly be at low levels for just about everything that needs to be done, which means I'll simultaneously be at low levels of technology at all points in time. So the challenge becomes much more multifaceted.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Man. So, this little thing, that's the invoice. Man, that's horseshit. That sucks. Snake just puts them in his pocket. Not a care in the world. Oh, I thought there was a vehicle coming. You can also do this. Damn it. Not that. I was gonna take his gun. It's been a while since I played this, so I might have forgotten how.
Where are your friends? You gotta extract him.
Blowing up assets like that has a tangible effect, because if you get caught, they won't be able to use the assets that you've blown up against them, or against you. You also won't be able to use their own assets against them. So if you're going to do something like fight the skulls, for example, then perhaps you might want to leave one of these mortars around, or one of these placed weapons around, anti-aircraft gun, whatever. Plenty of people use that against the skulls. Destroying vehicles, however, is an actual military tactic known as denying the enemy, as in denying the enemy transportation. Destroying the comms equipment like that, again, that has a tangible effect. Whereas if you get caught while you're running around and dicking around in this place, if you get caught while you're here, then they can't call the other outposts for reinforcements. But doing things like I just blew up that trash can fire. I'm gonna do it again. And you can do that with explosives. You can do it with, you can actually do it with this, with the water gun, if you have the water gun. Blowing up trash can fires limits their visibility even in nighttime environments. So they won't be able to see you very easily at nighttime. If you step into the light of a trash can fire, then they're going to be able to see you much easier. I'm looking for a rat. Shooting stuff like that causes it to stop glowing. Because whenever something glows, it means it's interactable. And if it's useless to me and it's glowing, then all it's doing is preventing me from seeing other things that are useful to me, which is annoying. So I'll usually shoot it out of pure spite. Venom Snake is an expert in crack climbing, so any crack that you see, he can climb it. So I denied them the right to mortar me if I get caught in this region and somebody goes over and tries to use the mortar, and it's a tangible effect. That is, for role-playing purposes, I like to shoot every fucking car that I see until I can finally Fulton them out using the support the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan either. kind of shit that they got up to there was monstrous. Not good. It's not good stuff. So yeah, if you see me shoot a car, that's for no real in-game purpose. You don't have to copy off of my homework here. I'm just doing it for roleplay purposes, because in reality, shooting the enemy's car would be denying the enemy transportation. So even though I'm not doing anything super important, I figured I might as well stream now, because if I don't stream now, then I probably won't stream at all today. Today was kind of all over the place. I made my bean bibimbap last night. And the night before last night, well, 2 nights before last night, so 3 nights ago, I tried to make bean bibimbap the way that I'm used to making bean bibimbap, which is to put it in a pretty small crock pot that I bought on sale for $5. I think it was down from like 15. And putting just, you know, 1 cup, 1 foam cup of putting 1 foam cup of beans in there, and then 1 foam cup of rice in there, brown rice, long green brown rice if it matters. Doing all of that led to a situation where putting a cup of beans in there and a cup of rice in there, and then I would just fill it up to the lid. You know, just fill it up to the lid with water, and I'd wake up to bean bibimbap in the morning. I gotta put the, you know, the seasonings on it, and I gotta cut up an onion, I gotta cut up, you know, some green onions, which I usually cut up and ahead of schedule and stick in a little container for me to just sprinkle into the food throughout the week.
Я не хочу умирать!
So this is what I like to do. It's harder to than doing it any other way, and it saves ammo.
Я не хочу умирать!
And there's entertainment in difficulty.
Where are your friends?
Не делай этого!
Lie down. Let's talk. Where are the others?
There we go.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. I'm sorry, boss, but the extraction failed. The support unit just isn't skilled enough. If you want to increase the success rate of Fulton extractions in bad weather, you need to improve the support unit.
Now that's one thing I'm not going to be a stickler about. I was going to be a real stickler about it. I was going to reload every single time that an extraction failed, because I'm trying to prevent deaths from all causes. But back in the old days, especially whenever I was like obsessive about this damn game, and everybody was trying to unlock Chapter 3 as much as they possibly could, just guessing at methodologies to unlock Chapter 3, I thought, well, what if I do more than non-lethal? What if I take this whole non-lethal ideology and push it to its logical limits and make sure that no one dies in Ground Zeroes? And then I realized that if that was going to work, then it would need to also include nobody dies in Phantom Pain. So I knew that if that was going to be pushed to its logical limits, then it was going to have to include Ground Zeroes as well. And even then, I was like, I don't know if it's worth it to go to the absolute extremes. Someone out there probably has the time to do it, and I thought that I'd be the man to do it. I'd be the man to repeatedly, over and over again, complete every single mission and Ground Zeroes, collecting every single soldier from the base, making sure that nothing bad happens to any of them, retrying every single time like a soldier gets ran over by one of their friends or something, really protecting them from themselves as well as everything else. Like being really obsessive about it, really anal about the whole process. And for a brief period of time, I even entertained the fact that this might be the answer. That doing this might unlock Chapter 3. But then I came to the realization that whatever the fuck the answer was ever meant to be, if it was ever meant to be an answer, one, it's not worth it. This is just one video game. And there are many other games that anyone can play. But, also on top of that, even if I would be like a well-renowned international hero for unlocking Chapter 3 for presumably everybody, I tried to take his weapon, and I couldn't do it. Also, his friend turned around, so I can't remember. I think taking his weapon requires me to I think taking his weapon requires me to punch and then hold him up in very rapid succession. I think that's the way to do it. He just got done with a cigarette, so no telling where he's going to look next.
Spit it out. Where are the others?
Я не хочу умирать!
So that was the original vision for all of this.
Subject on
But
board.
anyways,
Leave the rest to us.
I'll do some version of it because I don't think that anybody's done any version of it. Now, hold on for just a microsecond here. Because I just had a power surge, but for whatever reason my my PlayStation 5 is still on. But my TV turned off. And some of the lights in the trailer turned off. Now the internet runs through a hotspot, so the internet didn't turn off. So you're still here. But the real shocker here is the fact that my PS5 didn't turn off. I don't know what that's about. Some sort of residual power coming through. Maybe it has like a miniature battery in there, like old Zelda cartridges. I don't know.
Нет, не делай этого!
Spit it out. Where are the others?
Like I said, I really don't like it whenever things are messing up my view while I'm trying to look for shit. So, as often as I can, I obsessively fucking destroy everything that's showing up on night vision. It's a combination of night vision and infrared. They just combined the two.
Возьмите меня отсюда!
But on top of combining the two, they also made anything that you can interact with show up as well. So that's neither infrared nor is it night vision, but it's interactable, so it glows basically. So, with a small crock pot that I had, I used to just add a foam cup of beans and a foam cup of long grain brown rice into that small crock pot and then fill it the rest of the way up with water, and that was the way that, and I would just wake up to basically the primary ingredients of bean bibimbap. And I add my sesame seeds, my erythritol sugar substitute, my hot peppers, chop up some garlic, chop up some onions, chop up a cucumber to throw in there. Put my sesame oil in there, put my oyster sauce in there, put my soy sauce in there, and then there we go. I had a meal straight in the morning, and it had the added benefit of, since it's a crock pot, it funnels everything through a it funnels everything through a stone piece of pottery, essentially. The crock pot bowl or whatever. I don't know what you call that part of the crock pot. But that imitates, in a way, it imitates why is there two of them up there? That's weird. Am I gonna crawl up there and press the punch button twice? I am. Wow. Okay.
Where are the others?
Кто-нибудь снимите меня!
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Okay.
Блять!
Blit. Boom, got it. It was punch and hold up. Those two buttons in rapid succession.
Where are your friends? On the ground.
Я не хочу умирать!
This must be the vehicle inspection area.
Where are the others?
Oh, this is their vehicle repair area. These are toolboxes.
He's coming too. Roger that.
It's weird that they put together little things like this.
Не делай этого!
It's almost like they were speaking to actual Russian soldiers that were there during the invasion of Afghanistan and asking them like what they had in individual outposts and recreating them from
Leave the
there,
rest to us.
which they might have done. So the stone portion, the pottery portion, the bowl, I guess, that everything is cooked in a crock pot, the crock, I guess. Since a butter crock is also a stone piece of technology,
Where are the others?
I guess you can call it. And it's, like I said, also made out of stone, so maybe it's just called a crock. Maybe that's the crock, and the rest of it's the pot. I don't know. Either way, the stone thing sort of replicates a stone dulcet,
You gotta extract him.
which is the stone bowl that regular Beep 'em Bop is in. So it creates, by the time that I get to it in the morning, it creates little
Я не хочу
by the time that I get to it in the morning, there's little crispy bits at the bottom
Where are your friends?
of the crock, I guess.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
So that was like super important. All of that was super important. But instead, 2-3 nights ago, I went ahead and I put my cup of beans in there, and I put my cup of long grain brown rice in there. And then I filled it up to the top with water. But I have like a regular sized crock pot now, because the one that I bought before was no longer on sale.
Мы его выследим! Держать его! Двинули! Я не хочу умирать!
On the ground. Lie down. Spit it out. Where are your friends? Speak. Speak. Where are the others?
Really? They're so far away they can't hear gunshots right now. I learned the other day that ravens, I think ravens don't caw, but crows do. So I think they're misidentifying ravens with crows, and what's actually flying around here is crows, or they could just be putting the wrong sound to the crows. You ever heard a bald eagle screech?
You gotta extract it.
Because no, you haven't. The bald eagle screech that you're probably used to hearing comes from like a red falcon or something like that. Which is far and above better than a blue falcon. A blue falcon, otherwise known as Bravo Foxtrot, is someone in the military that has stabbed somebody else in the back. Not literally, but colloquially speaking. Can't say that word very good. Colloquially. The B and BF stands for buddy fucker. Fuck your buddy. You fell asleep on watch. So you're a buddy fucker. Everyone else has to work extra hard because you wouldn't do your basic duties. You're a buddy fucker. That's kind of the spiel you get whenever you're being called a buddy fucker. Or something like that. You made some kind of mistake. You didn't blouse your boots one day. That's a real buddy fucker moment. I knew somebody who didn't blouse their boots once. Literally everybody in a 45-mile radius died. I mean, they did blouse their boots, but their boots were bloused incorrectly. This guy's a genius. Whenever I was earning a scholarship while I was in
Subject on board.
Army Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps, I hadn't memorized the Soldier's Creed yet. I don't want him to call off the search. I want him to keep feeding these soldiers. So I'm trying to make noise so he'll send another 2 soldiers my way. And then another 2, and then another 2, and eventually he's going to run out of soldiers. That's an anti-aircraft gun up there. But yeah, most of the time, whenever they use the likeness of a bald eagle, they pair it with the screech of like a red falcon or something like that. So you probably haven't heard an actual bald eagle before. Believe it or not, you know that that one company, I don't know if it's MGM or whatever, but there's a company that has, at the start of each of its movies or whatever, it has a lion that like pokes his head through something and roars. That's often what you hear instead of a lion roar. But believe it or not, that's a guy named Frank who's growling into a trash can. I'm not fucking with you. Literally. The lion's roar that you are most likely to have heard of is actually a dude named Frank growling into a trash can. And that's the sound that you're actually hearing.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Regular lions, whenever they growl, they kind of sound like they're an old guy that's trying to judge a Texan chili contest and hasn't had his antacid. Very strange. It's like we want certain things to sound certain ways, and when they don't, we fix it, and then all of a sudden all of that gets mixed up in our minds, and we think that that's how they actually sound. Because that's what Hollywood tells us.
You destroyed their anti-air radar? It wasn't one of the targets.
Because lions don't roar in captivity.
The chopper will be able to get in close now. You can designate a landing zone near the outpost.
Lions have no reason to roar in captivity. They just sit there and be fed. There's a book called The Human Zoo, and I'm waiting for them to. I've got the physical copy, and I'm fucking waiting for them to make a at the very least make an ebook copy, or somebody to scan it in and get some, you know, software that can recognize the type in there. Because then at the very least I can have a robot read it to me. Because who has time to sit down and read out a fucking book nowadays? If you're asking why I'm doing things like kicking boxes, it's because of spite. I kick boxes because they're there to be kicked. Boxes, tables. If it's destructible, sometimes I'll destroy it just because it can be destroyed. Why not? You can't stop me. But while I was trying to earn a scholarship in Army Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps, I hadn't memorized the Soldier's Creed yet. Remember, I had to learn the Sailor's Creed while I was in the Navy, so it kind of made sense that I hadn't memorized the Soldier's Creed yet. But I should have, and he made me, the captain at the time that was overseeing it made me come back whenever I had memorized it, and so I had. So I went and I came back after I had memorized it, and that was that. We corrected a genuine problem. But then whenever I came back the next time, And I had, memorized the Soldier's Creed. Then, after everything else was said and done, he said, what's the mascot of this school that you're attending? What's the name of the mascot of this school that you're attending? And I said, in more polite terms, I said, I don't fucking know. So I said, I don't know, sir. And he says, well, you're attending this school. You're going to get a bachelor's degree from this school. Don't you think you should learn the name of the mascot of the school that you're attending? And I said, yes, sir. And then I left. What I should have said is, no. I should have said, fuck no. Should have said, why the fuck do I need to know the name of the fucking mascot of the fucking school that I'm attending? But that was at the time. It's like one of those things. You remember Dave Chappelle, the Chappelle Show? And I know that Dave Chappelle has gotten into some trouble in more recent years for his views, but at least back in the day of the Chappelle Show, is before his more current views and controversies. But the old Chappelle Show, they used to have a segment of when keeping it real goes wrong, and so he had a sketch of that he would use over and over again. I couldn't tell if that was faster or not. I was jamming on the button. I know that jamming on the button makes it faster in Ground Zeroes, but I can't tell if it was or it wasn't here in the Phantom Pain. Oh well. So that would be one of those moments of, when keeping it real goes wrong. If I would have been like, no, Captain such and such, I don't fucking need to know the name of the fucking mascot of the fucking school that I'm going to. I've only got a limited capacity of shit that can pile into my brain at any point in time, and I don't need to fill my brain with a bunch of dumb bullshit. If I would went off like that, sure, I might have felt like a queen at the moment, but is that really worth getting rid of $5,000 of scholarship? The point of his whole thing was simple. To never have me succumb to overconfidence. Never have me think that I've got it down. Always make me assume that there's something that I don't know, and that there's something that's actually that's there to be known, so that whenever I study for any given anything, I overstudy. Whenever I need information, I gather as much as humanly possible. That sort of thing. Because that's one of the things that makes a good officer, is to really, really study. Remember, I think I mentioned in a previous broadcast. Okay, I've got the invoice. Just double checking. Wait, I think I pointed out whenever I did a previous broadcast at some point in time that Craig Mullaney, in his book The Unforgiving Minute, him and his commanding officer had to become farmers so that he could teach aquaponics to a lot of people in major areas of Afghanistan. Aquaponics, hydroponics, build greenhouses, stuff like that for them, because the way that they were being recruited into the Taliban at the time was by because it was because the Taliban was was like ruining their crops and stuff like that, so that they didn't have a choice. They would have to risk their lives to fight the Americans in order to feed their families. Because or else, farming is a fuckload safer than shooting guns at a country that's never lost a war. Like, you know, they don't want to fucking do it. No matter how much you pay them, and you can pay, they'll often get paid like a year's salary just to hook up a remote control missile on their farm acreage somewhere to shoot at the Americans.
A brown bear. Stories of them leaving you alone if you play dead are just a myth, boss. Think carefully before you decide to take one of them on. So your suppressor is worn out. That gun will be as loud as any other now. If you have to shoot, be careful.
That sucks. So that's sort of going like just a one layer deeper. Instead of constantly keeping the chain of retaliation going over and over and over again, you know, they kill one of ours, we kill one of theirs, they kill one of ours, we kill one of theirs, over and over and over again. Finally, you decide like enough is enough, and you start to try and figure out why they would want to kill you in the first place. Because it's not just like you're in their country, or else they would be killing every American in their country. It's not because you're wearing the uniform, or else they would kill everybody who's wearing that uniform. You know, it's not, you know, because of this, it's because, you know, something else. You start to wonder, how did this fucking thing get started? Because you can keep trying to deal with the symptoms, but if you haven't dealt with the root cause, then all you're doing is just, you know, fighting over and over again at a pace that's frankly replacement pace. Because remember, like, we really got started over there. I mean, we had been there since the 2001 invasion of, or not, since the Gulf War invasion of Iraq. We'd been there as far back as that. And then we didn't leave until just a few years ago, whenever President Biden pulled everybody out of Afghanistan. So we'd been there for a long time. Long enough for someone to be born during that first conflict. And then eventually die, and then eventually have their children take over the fight, and then eventually die, and then have their children take over the fight. That's how long that we'd been in the Middle East, fucking around and waging war and such. So to try to just deal with the symptoms over and over and over again, it's not something that really leads to good things happening, right? But after Craig Maloney and his kin, after they figured out that the only reason that they were fighting Afghan civilians from time to time, it was because the Taliban were filling in wells and salting fields and stuff like that. Once they figured that out, and they began to teach them ways to protect themselves from that happening again, that's what really, you know, made all the difference. Okay. Divialo Calais. I can make my way east, which I should. But I can also make my way towards that side op. Show you how it goes. In case you're doing a paint by numbers approach and copying what I do. It's always a possibility. I watched a guy who just recently discovered Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain, and he's like, I can't believe I'd never played this before. And he did like a 30-minute video of him playing it, and the whole time I was thinking, like, I don't remember ever sucking this bad at the game. Like, I'm sorry, he acknowledges that he's bad at the game, but he's very bad at the game. I don't remember being that bad at the game. I don't think I ever was. And maybe it's because I've been playing the Metal Gear series since Metal Gear Solid 1 on the PlayStation 1, but still. Like, holy shit. This guy is super fucking bad at the game. And he'll be taught something and then immediately forget about it. It was at times aggravating, but always entertaining. Like I said, a lot of this leads to like infinite entertainment. Man, you don't see me, fucker. I don't know what's up with clearing my throat today. So anyway, fuck yes.
Spit it out. Don't talk. Where are the others? Spit it out. Where are your friends? Don't speak.
Aiming directly at the person that you're trying to interview is a way to make sure that you are interviewing the right person whenever they're all clumped up like this. Doesn't really work that well in Ground Zeroes, but works well in the Theta page. Oh boy. Anyway, in regards to that that whole thing, earning my scholarship while I was in Army Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps. In regards to all of that, I would like to tell you something. It's called the Chi Mega. My school's mascot was called the Chi Mega, and I've never forgotten. My aunt has a master's degree from the exact same university, and she did not know that.
He's coming too.
So it was a really obscure piece of information. It's probably completely useless, but because of that one man, that one time, I've never forgotten. It's called the Chi Mega. Anyways, back down to today. So 3 nights ago, I tried to make my
That's the target.
bean bibimbap how I normally do. Cup of beans, cup of rice, and then fill water to the top. But I had gotten a new crock pot from Goodwill to replace my old crock pot, which broke. Because I was trying to clean it with a chisel. And that's what happens whenever you're using a chisel on something that's made out of stone. Little life lessons. I should have just like soaked it in vinegar or something, or even like put vinegar in it and chucked it in the microwave for a couple minutes. It's like that would have loosened up all the crunchy food at the bottom of it. But I was being stupid and stubborn, so like I said, lessons learned. By the way, you missed a part of this game where Miller says that a environmental non-government organization pays diamond dogs to get animals out of war zones. So, in case you're wondering why I'm getting a bunch of animals out of this war zone, you also missed whenever I first landed out here in the desert. I found a puppy, and I extracted him out of this war zone. He will be going back into the war zone, but only once he's fully grown and fully trained as a type of dog that would be much more comfortable in war zones. Dude. I didn't think that was actually going to work, but wow. That fucking works like gangbusters.
Lie down.
That was awesome.
Where are your friends? Spit it out. Where are your friends?
You gotta extract him.
Speak.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
I wish taking these weapons, like, unlocked them. But it doesn't. Like, I get to keep using this sniper rifle as long as I stay out here in the field. But once everything is said and done, then, you know, it's over with. There we go. Figured the first one would have stopped him, but it didn't. I can't have their truck. I don't have the Fulton system to get it out of here. That doesn't mean that I want them to have it. No, you don't.
Where are the
You gotta extract him.
Somebody's soft spotting me up there. That's what the community usually calls it whenever the indicator shows up. Soft spotting.
Where are your friends?
Pretty tough. Holy shit. How did that happen? It's like I shot the guy before the alert went off. Somebody else spot me? That was weird. Oh well. Get them back out of that car. Soldier with a stomachache. Boom. Man. Who the fuck thinks that they see me over yonder? I don't see anybody. Whatever.
Не делай этого!
One of my favorite things for most of the game is to go ahead and extract people while they're awake. Because while they're screaming bloody murder, they're also attracting every single soldier in a 60 square meter radius.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
I guess it's just a 60 meter radius. Blit. Blit is like a curse word. It's like shit or bitch or something like that. It's kind of a catch-all. There are other regions of Eastern Europe, I believe, where instead they use a kurva. And they use it in pretty much the same way. That's not what the grenade indicator told me it was going to go. And can we all appreciate Hideo Kojima real quick for fucking creating a grenade indicator that actually gives you a good idea of where the hell the grenade is going to fall? How come all the video games never invented?
He's coming too. Roger that.
You know, if you repeatedly take out the man on the radio, the next person will get on the radio. You can take out like a whole base that way. It's fucking incredible. Apparently only 2 people were going to report in. Sometimes only 2 people witnessed an incident, you know. Only 2 people are within earshot of the gunshot, so anybody that's witnessing those 2 people that witnessed the incident, anybody witnessing those 2 people who had witnessed the incident, and they see those 2 people take a knee and be alarmed, they'll be alarmed as well. It's funny, the AI system in this game had to be hell and high water to program. Had to be an absolute nightmare to program it.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Я не хочу умирать!
Where are the others?
You destroyed their anti-air radar? It wasn't one of the targets, but that's put a hole in their air surveillance. The chopper will be able to get in close now. You can designate a landing zone near the outpost. You gotta extract
So
him.
since I replaced my old broken crockpot that I broke with a chisel with a used crockpot from Goodwill, the used crockpot from Goodwill was a normal size because they had a really small size and a normal size. And the really small size, it was way too small. It wouldn't have done the trick. Wouldn't have been able to make me one serving of bean bibimbap,
He's coming too.
much less two.
Roger that.
So anyway, last night I tried to get the ratios of water to beans just right. It was just right by virtue of the size of the crockpot with my old crockpot, but now that it's dead and gone, the new crockpot didn't exactly have that advantage. And I ended up making some bibimbap that was really tough to get through. One day it was tough to get through because it was fucking soupy. It had absorbed all of the water and it was soupy as shit. Not very enjoyable. I think it's a little faster. If I jam on the button, I think it's a little faster. So, last night I tried to get the ratios just right. I think with beans it's like 1 part beans, 2 parts water, or something like that. And the same thing with long grain brown rice. I think it's a little less with white rice.
Я не хочу умирать!
Spit it out.
I figured you'd be the last one. Then the next day,
Extract him.
I reheated it from the freezer for my second serving. And I just throw it in the microwave for 5 minutes at a time and stir it until I get a lot of that water out. And I had just been doing that. I did it for like a half an hour. Just back in the microwave, stir it, back in the microwave, over and over and over again. And I finally got the water out of it and I got it to the proper consistency. But holy shit. Either way, today, I believe I got the water ratios right and it was ready and raring to go. So I got up and I chopped up a cucumber and then I chopped up an onion and then I reached for the garlic, and I couldn't find any garlic. Either I'm out of garlic, or I'm either out of garlic, or I could just be I'm either out of garlic, or I could just be, I could just have misplaced my last garlic clove. It comes in this little netting thing. There's like 3 garlic cloves in a little net. But either way, I couldn't fucking find it. Couldn't find it. So then I went out to Dollar General, which is the closest store. And I went out there just so I can get a damn, some garlic. But while I was there, I decided to go ahead and get breakfast anyway. So I got some chips and salsa. That's the fucking closest thing that they have to a salad in the entire store. And I'm doing the best that I can here. I got some chips and salsa. I say, hey, while I'm here, I'll just go ahead and get some peanut butter cream cookies. They're very filling. It's not the best choice in the world, but every now and again I have to treat myself, right? Nobody else is going to do it. Sure as hell nobody else is going to do it. And after all that, I realized I was craving some sour stuff, so I got some $1 sour candy. So I wasn't going to buy an entire thing of pickles or anything like that. The minced garlic that they had was fucking super expensive. It was like over $3. Took everything home, ate the sour candy. Then I went ahead and I ate the some of the chips and salsa, and then I decided to go ahead and take my medicine. So I took my medicine and a fucking pill got stuck in my throat. So I was sitting there choking on this fucking pill forever, and I could not get it out of my throat to save my life. So I ate the entire packet of cookies trying to get it out of my throat, trying anything in my power to get this fucking pill out of my throat. Because I didn't fucking sit straight up whenever I took the pills, and I didn't take the exact ratio of water, and the stars weren't aligned this particular day, and you know, I hadn't said the Pledge of Allegiance before I fucking put the pill in my mouth. You know, all conditions have to be absolutely perfect for a pill to go down your throat the right way, or else something will get fucked up about the process. I don't know why that is, but it just seems to be the case. I could have shot it while it was perched, but then I wouldn't be able to get up there and capture it. So instead I shot it up in the air, and because I shot it up in the air, now it's on top of this fucking tent where I can't get to it and capture it. So, you know, I arrived at the exact same place. Even whenever I tried to remedy the situation the correct way, I cannot fucking win. Before the boss died in Metal Gear Solid 3, they didn't have this conversation on camera, but right before she died in Metal Gear Solid 3, she looked up at Snake and said, "Snake, never ever climb on top of a tent." And he said, "I won't, and I promise." And they French kissed. Like I said, it wasn't on screen, and you can't confirm it on the novel. But Hideo Kojima came to me in a dream and told me that, and that's why you can't. That's why you can't climb on top of tents. That's my headcanon anyways. So after all that, I made my coffee, I drank my coffee, and still I could not overpower the junk food lethargy that I had just afflicted myself with by eating like a bag of chips and most of a can of salsa and a thing of cookies and sour candy and all this kind of shit. So I couldn't overpower the lethargy. And eventually I just fucking gave up and took a nap for like an hour or something. And coffee naps are supposed to be more effective than either coffee or naps. I think that research was blogged about by Tim Ferriss, but I'm pretty sure that's what they came up with. Scientists have some people, one group take a nap, one group drink coffee, and a third group did both. They drank coffee and then they immediately took a nap. And that was the most powerful of the three whenever it came to self-reported boost and increase in energy. I should be able to interrogate these sheep. You should, the options to interrogate the sheep should still pop up. Even if they never actually reply, I believe that Snake should be able to interrogate the sheep. It would make it a better game. To interrogate the sheep would make this an even more perfect game. Okie dokie. Whatever, I'll just hope it. Did you know that everybody else, all of the other different buddies that you get throughout the game, whether it's D-Dog or Quiet or that's it, it's just the horse, the dog, and the Quiet. Those three things. So every other buddy that you get throughout the game, their affection for you, their bond level, is dependent on often simply the number of missions that you go on. So if you can get into a loop of going to C2W after it's already been cleared out of absolutely everything that you're supposed to do. So if you clear out, if you go ahead and destroy all the communications equipment at the Eastern Communications Outpost, if you do that, then try to do the mission C2W, where the, you know, the objective of that mission is to do precisely that. Then the mission will just end immediately. You'll try to deploy on that mission, and then it won't work. And the mission will just end without you deploying.
Speak. Where are the others?
Что ж, что такое? Солдат упал! Я не... Я не хочу умирать!
Talk. Where are your friends? Get down. Speak. Where are the others?
So if you can get in a loop of trying to deploy on C2W
He's coming too. Roger
and
that.
being sent back to Mother Base because you've already destroyed all the communications equipment, if you can get in a loop of doing that over and over and over again, you can increase Quiet and D-Dog's bond level to 100% within a matter of like 20 minutes or so. And
Sorry, boss, but the extraction
that's
failed.
pretty cool.
The support unit just isn't skilled.
But for whatever
If you wanna
reason,
increase the success rate of
that
full
is not
extractions in bad
what
weather, you need to improve the support unit.
that's not what D-Horse's bond level is based upon.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
D-Horse's bond level is based upon the amount of time that you spend on his back. So if you want to max out your bond level for D-Horse, go into a mission or free roam, get on his back, and then go make a snack. Just like watch a movie or something and then go back to your game, and after the movie is over, like, you should be 100% bond level with D-Horse. That's it. I think it's like 10 minutes or something like that. It's something stupid, like something like every minute that you're on D-Horse's back increases the bond level between you and D-Horse 1%. And so you essentially need to be on his back for 100 minutes, I think. It's something like that. So you might be wondering why I'm not being anal about kicking out every single member of the staff at Mother Base every single time that I run into a loading zone. And that's a valid concern, but as long as I don't use them, then their presence there is neither threatening to their own health or vice versa or otherwise or whatever. That was a stupid thing to do. I should have scared them off of that perch. There's no way that they're going to let me climb up there. Yeah. Yeah, I figured. Now he's just stuck up there, sleeping for all eternity. Theoretically, he'll wake up, but in actuality, in this game, he won't. But he'll also despawn as soon as I leave a certain radius around this facility, so whatever. Doesn't fucking matter, nothing matters. We're all gonna die anyways. Aha! The stupid, idiotic ways that my mind works. I think they have different types of sheep up north on the Afghanistan map. I think these are different types of sheep than we're used to.
There's sheep around. With the local residents gone, they've gone back to the wild.
The residents are gone because there are Russians in Afghanistan now. Russian soldiers, very particular. Like, you know, hashtag not all Russians. One more shot. Got him. Trying to do iron sights whenever you're doing that shit. I've rarely gotten that to work, if ever. It's like, theoretically that should improve your aim, and certainly in real life it would, but in this game it fucking never works. I've never gotten it to work anyway. Fucking hip fire all the way. It keeps giving me that that message that pops up saying like, we can't give you ammo for weapons that wasn't in your loadout. And the reason that it keeps giving me that thing is because I still have that sniper rifle. And I've gotten more bullets for it at some point in time. I don't know when that happened. Is that a Quetzal? I'm an ornithologist, you know. I'm not, but... Yes! In Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, Big Boss pretended to be a ornithologist for the shortest period of time possible. Just to lie to a French lady, that's it. And it worked. She joined the crew at Mother Base. So, you ever, you know, create a military outpost in the middle of the ocean, you know, Sealand 2, and fill it full of a bunch of soldiers, just know that if you lie to a French lady about ornithology, she might be inclined to join your merry band of misfits out in the middle of the ocean. This is the way that the world works in Hideo Kojima's mind. Always 100% accurate. No, it's not. I have to make sure. I think in one of the broadcasts, I made it a point to tell people like that. Hey, you know why like police officers and military people and the like, well, of course, police officers, military people, all of the above. They are better served, this is what I was looking for, they are better served by keeping their enemies alive than they are by killing them. So the option to wound, to injure, to maim even, whatever gets them to stop fighting you, but keeps them alive is going to be the best possible option. Because you can interrogate them, you can figure out where their buddies are. Hell, you can even get them to join your side. So it's just better all the way around if you just keep your enemies alive as long as possible. That's the best possible deal for all given parties. But the reason why police, military, and everything of the sort, why they're not just like walking up to criminals and decking them in the face to knock them out and then putting handcuffs on them while they're knocked out and stuff like that is because life doesn't fucking work the way it does in the Metal Gear games.
Spit it out. Where are the others?
If someone is knocked out for more than a couple of moments, you can watch infinite boxing, infinite UFC, infinite fucking kickboxing, whatever. You can watch infinite, like, fighting matches whenever people get knocked out. They get knocked out for, like, moments, seconds. If it goes on for longer than that, then you've done serious brain damage. Nearly irreversibly serious brain damage. Really, really bad stuff.
Where are the others?
There's a very, very thin line between knocking some...
Where are your friends?
Like a baby will get the umbilical cord wrapped around their neck, and they won't get they won't get oxygen for just a couple of seconds, and it'll lead to permanent and lifelong brain damage of an irreversible nature. Sure, that's a baby, and they're very, very vulnerable to a lot of different things. They don't have high defense stats. They don't come equipped with a lot of armor. However, even adults, you deprive your brain of oxygen for just a few seconds too long, you might have permanent and irreversible brain damage.
Subject on board. Leave the rest of us.
I think in this game, if you throw somebody on the ground, you knock them out for 60 seconds. That's too long. If you knock somebody out for 60 seconds, they got up 60 seconds later, they might have permanent brain damage that would require a lot of surgery to reverse. If you choke somebody out, they're down for like 2 minutes, something like that, 120 seconds. If somebody was knocked out from a choke for 120 seconds, there might not be anything that they could do to reverse the amount of damage to that person's brain. We might not have the technology at the current year, in 2023, we might not have the technology to reverse that amount of damage to somebody's brain. If you punch somebody in the face and knock them out that way, that knocks them out longer than even a tranquilizer dart. As Ocelot said in mission number 2 there. So they're down for like 3 minutes, maybe even up to 5 minutes. At that point in time, they wouldn't get back up. They'd be dead. Snake would have hit somebody so hard they would have died. And always remember the fact that that is a real possibility. There are plenty of people who have died in boxing matches. And the actuality of boxing gloves is that the boxing gloves are designed in such a way, and I'm not 100% on this, I'm certainly not a concussions expert, but boxing gloves are designed in such a way that they increase the amount of damage that's done, the amount of pain that's done to the opponent, while protecting the wearer and protecting the wearer's opponent from permanent damage. But in the moment, they're actually able to hit you harder because they're not fearing damage to their fists. In the beginning of Fallout 2 for the PC, if you're a big fan of Fallout 2, go ahead and shout out "My back hurts" in the comments, and then we'll go ahead and we'll know, we'll understand. I've done that joke before in a TikTok. But if you're wondering why I'm not using the horse, partially it's because I keep finding shit to pick up, and partially because I sat on the back of the horse earlier whenever I had to go to Harbor Freight. So I spent at least over an hour on the back of that horse while I was doing that. So I should have at least 60% bond level, if not maxed out. But like I said, also I keep finding shit to pick up. And that's the only way I'm gonna get it. Because, like I said, if I send people out on dispatch missions, then that'll be a no-no. Because they might die. Here's a couple things. For Diamond Dogs recruits that are considered mission essential, and so you cannot fire them, for those recruits, can they be put into the combat unit? If they can be put in the combat unit, what happens whenever you lose whenever you're invading somebody's base? Because normally whenever you lose and you're invading somebody's base and you've lost by being killed, you lose that unit. They're killed in action. And the next time that you try to invade somebody's base, it defaults to Snake again. So you take a risk by doing that. In addition, to that question, if you can put somebody in the combat unit, but they're mission essential and they cannot be fired, then can you send them on dispatch missions and have a 100% chance of them surviving every single time? These are all questions that I might find answers to by the end of this playthrough. Questions that nobody's ever asked. Answers that nobody's ever gotten. Because these are questions that nobody's ever asked. I'm on the front line here. I'm figuring out how this game works through the process of reverse engineering, which is very bad. Because I'm bad at engineering, and I'm also bad at everything that I've ever even attempted. Every single thing that I've ever even attempted. I'm bad at all of it. I'm bad at everything. Anyways. So, yeah, the reason why police officers don't just like punch people in the face in order to knock them out or choke people out and then put handcuffs on them while they're still unconscious, just because if they're unconscious for more than a couple of seconds, then they've killed the suspect. Whereas in the meantime, literally, the less lethal option, believe it or not, is to fucking shoot them. I know that doesn't make any sense inside your head, but that's the reality of it. You can get shot fucking plenty of times. I think there's at least a few people out there that have survived more than 100 bullets and still, you know, been brought back from the brink of death. Roy P. Benavides is one. He was a Medal of Honor winner, often called the Hispanic G.I. Joe, and then eventually they did make him into the Hispanic G.I. Joe. They actually made an action figure out of him, which pales into comparison to the actual man, because I think that he actually got shot well over 100 times. Still managed to leave that situation intact. So, yeah, bullets are a lot less lethal than you think they are. But, still, if they shoot you in the head, they might fucking kill you right away. And punches are a lot more lethal than you think that they are. But you can also get hit, you know, fucking hundreds of thousands of times and not have anything bad happen to you. It's weird like that. The human body is simultaneously very resilient and very fragile, and the line between the two is very blurry. And anesthesiologists have to go to a school for a very, very long time in order to knock people out just enough for just a long enough period of time that the surgeon can do their job and perform the surgery and whatnot. And all of that school is required because even the smallest amount of difference can result in, like, death. You know, death to the patient. No doubt about it. Can put a patient into a coma for months or even years on end, or kill them outright if you get that ratio wrong. I saw something the other day. Somebody was like, somebody was complaining on a message board about how the medical community wants more doctors, but they put as many barriers as possible in the way of people that wish to become doctors. But there's no way around that. That's an unsolvable problem. Really. It really is an unsolvable problem. Because you need that many barriers. You need it to be the most difficult thing that human beings can come up with in order to become a doctor. You need that difficulty to be there because these people are unavoidably in charge of life or death for their patients. Like, I'm fucking talking podiatrists. People who work on feet exclusively. Like, if they give you the wrong fucking advice, they can murder you. And it's so weird. Because that's really the case. If you think I'm fucking with you, like, look up fucking medical records from World War fucking One. Because untreated trench foot took the lives of a lot of people. Even in America's distant past, there was a public health campaign that came around because they believe it was a eugenics thing. They believed that stupidity might be a sickness instead of it being hereditary or something like that, and they didn't want to poison the gene supply, so to speak. So since they didn't want to poison the gene supply, they wanted to fix stupidity at all costs, because it's simply more costly to deal with stupid people. It's more costly to try to deal with people who are not up to snuff in the intellectual category. So the government poured a lot of money into running around trying to fix stupidity. And they entertained the thought that stupidity might just be something that is an illness. So in that regard, going on that train of thought, what they did was they found that people that failed their more academic tests, which proved their stupidity within their eyes at that moment, even though, like, they'd be talking to farmers and stuff like that, farmers who they considered dim-witted, even though, like, the farmers knew quite well how to farm and fed the entirety of the United States. What the fuck? I was like 1 inch off of the radius in which I could initiate a grapple. Whatever. One centimeter away from doing that correctly. So they went around here in the United States to southern people who, like I said, knew everything that they needed to know about farming, and the rest of the entirety of, the United States, and indeed even some other countries, when it came to foreign exports, were dependent on their food supply. They're fucking talking about mathematics and Descartes and stuff like that whenever it's not something that a fucking farmer needs to know. So,
Spit it out. Where are your friends?
so as part of this whole process, they went ahead and they took Southern farmers. The Southern farmers weren't wearing shoes. It's not something that they took their time to do anything. And it was found that these Southern farmers, because they didn't wear shoes, they had ringworm much more often than just about anybody else. And so, as a result of this entire process, hook, line, and sinker, they went around and gave them like vaccines or something against ringworms, and did a major public health campaign to like get them shoes and stuff like that. It was a bunch of like fucking gobbledygook, all because they use more government resources if they're stupid. They have to go to special schools if they're stupid. Whereas in the meantime, this version of stupidity was just this version of stupidity was like self-diagnosed by these academics in the first place, who were giving these sort of academic tests, where yet again these farmers knew everything that they fucking needed to know about farming. They didn't need to know any of this academic gobbledygook that they were being tested on. Reminder, one more time, in World War II, the United States government could not get its draft numbers until it dropped the requirement that conscripts had to know how to read. That's how recent. The 1940s. That is how recent of a phenomenon common literacy is here in the United States of America. And still, as a country, we have a very pathetic reading level internationally. Compared to a lot of other fully developed countries, that's the correct term. A lot of people continue to use the incorrect term, which is first world countries. But compared to the other fully developed countries, we're still quite pathetic in this regard. Someone, somewhere, has witnessed this event. But I don't know who and where, but they're on the phone. They're on the radio now. Ah. It was you. And you're new as well. Come together like butt cheeks. Some Special Forces guys were reacting to Metal Gear Solid V footage, and they said, like, I don't know what kind of special equipment that that Snake here has access to. But, like, there's nobody in the current United States military that can, like, see through walls and stuff. No, it's representative of the fact that you can hear where these people are. Demo Dick Barsenko, God rest his soul, before he died, had a, he used to write about how he would listen so hard. He would sit there and perform stop, look, listen for so long sometimes that it would hurt every muscle in his body. He was not just a famous Navy SEAL. He was fucking the famous Navy SEAL. Creator of SEAL Team 6, one of the only other Tier 1 troops at the time, and which is now known as Spec War Dev Group, or the Special Warfare Development Group. And he was the creator of Red Cell, which the Dead Cell forces of Metal Gear Solid 2 are, of course, based off of. So this whole, like, transparency thing that it keeps doing is just representative of the fact that he knows where they are because of the noise that they make. Whereas we, outside of the video game, we can't do that. We can listen in one ear or the other and sort of understand where things are, but we can only go so far. So no, Snake here is not successfully able to see through walls. He's just able to discern where these people are. Marking people, however, that's kind of its own thing. And perhaps it's also sort of representative of a couple of different things. Like, I don't know, like, if you hear some footsteps, and then you look and you see more than one person in that little bitty peek that you just took, then perhaps now if you sort of listen and concentrate harder, then you can hear two separate sets of footsteps. Yeah, I'm just spitballing here. If you take a listening class, according to one of my English teachers in Lewis and Clark Community College, if you take a listening class, it will not only improve your relationships, but it'll also improve your grades by a full point. From C to B, from B to A, all the above. So it'll improve your grade, it'll improve your relationships, it'll improve everything. But whenever I did take a listening class, I didn't get all the way through it because I was set to go to Fort Knox, and so I suddenly had to go there instead. So I didn't get to finish. But of what I took, it was strange because it was a skill-based course, and they made that abundantly clear from the outset. The professor did that this was a skill-based course, that this is based off of your skill, and therefore you are going to have to practice, not study, but practice. Listening is a skill. And one of the brief things that we did before I took off to Fort Knox and completed a command leadership course with the United States Army Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps. One of the things that I did whenever I was out there, or before I left to go out there, and had to cut the class short, was that you had to like sort of, you know, sit there and listen. And it was kind of like a meditation exercise, but you're like listening to anything, to everything. Taking several times out of the day to concentrate on every little sound and trying to discern as much as humanly possible within that time frame. So like if you hear birds, do you hear one bird? Do you hear two birds? What sort of birds do you hear? Do you know anything about birds so that you can discover, so that you can fully discern what you hear? Do you hear the call of a red falcon? Do you hear the call of a bald eagle? What sort of birds are in your area if you know anything about them? You don't have to do additional homework here, but do you hear multiple birds of multiple different types? And if you do know about them, what sort of birds are there? Can you hear your air conditioner? Can you hear your furnace? Can you hear the wind blowing through your furnaces? Can you hear the wind blowing through your furnaces and your pipes and your, you know, systems within your house? Can you, if you listen hard enough, can you hear whether or not the wind is going through certain parts of your home without moving, without putting your ear up against the wall or anything like that? Can you just listen and know whether or not one of the vents in your house is blocked up, that there's no air running through it? It's like listening is in fact a skill. That's one of the things. A lot of people will continue to believe in their heart of hearts that that essentially there's special people out there, that essentially there's superpowers. And I've brought this up in other broadcasts as well. Maybe. Well, I have. It's just whether or not they got put on YouTube correctly. Because Mgsv Let No Bad Happen broadcast 18 did not post correctly. It got cut off about 8 minutes in. And I was already complaining about the fact that it took like 39 fucking tries before it actually started broadcasting that particular day. So even whenever it did fucking finally broadcast, it certainly did not do it correctly. But people continue to believe that essentially there's just special people and not special people. The reason that somebody is able to succeed at college is not because of anything. It's often what people believe is that the reason that somebody is able to succeed is because the task that they're succeeding at is easier for them. That's what people inherently believe. They believe that the reason that people are able to succeed at college is because the world of academia is easier for them than it is for everybody else. So that's what they believe. They can still believe that, for example, medical school is very, very difficult. But they simultaneously believe that it's only doable to medical students because they're special. Because medical students are capable of getting through medical school simply because they have some sort of inherent ability that makes medical school participants different from everybody else.
Leave the rest to us.
So time and time and time and fucking time again, people will continue to make these assumptions that rich people are rich because they have something within them that makes it easier to be rich. That, you know, people are able to get through school because they're smart, because they're intelligent, and they leave that as an ill-defined thing. They'll continually refuse to define what they mean by intelligence. If they say, well, the reason that they were able to become a doctor is because they're smart, and I'm not smart, you'll say, well, what do you mean by that? What do you mean that you're not smart? Well, I'm just not smart like them. What do you mean by that? Well, they're smart and I'm not. Well, what do you mean by that? They refuse to define what the hell they're talking about. Because we have one scientifically effective way to measure intelligence. One. Just one. And that scientifically effective way to measure intelligence is called IQ. And my aunt that has a master's degree from Southern Illinois University of Edwardsville will tell you, after administering hundreds of IQ tests, that IQ is not that fucking special. It is useful for one singular thing. IQ tests are useful for one singular thing, and that is diagnosing whether or not someone is going to have difficulties learning, whether or not someone has an intellectual disability. Otherwise, it correlates with approximately jack and shit. Literally. High IQ doesn't even correlate to high academic performance. Believe it or fucking not, high IQ doesn't even correlate to from high academic performance. Last time I checked, it's been a while since I checked, so you know, double check or whatever. But high IQ, it certainly doesn't correlate with greater success, even like learning skills. It doesn't allow you to learn skills faster. It doesn't allow you to learn period faster. It doesn't allow you to do jack and shit. And that's the only scientifically accepted form of intelligence that we have. So whenever you tell somebody, hey, let me give you an IQ test, they take an IQ test, they pass the IQ test. And I'm talking about a real fucking IQ test given by a real fucking human being that is, you know, been trained to give IQ tests. Not like one that they fucking found on Facebook or some shit like this. But if you put somebody through an actual fucking IQ test, and then, you know, tell them upon finishing that IQ test, tell them that you have an IQ like, you got an IQ of 100. You got an IQ of, like, I have an IQ of 105. The normal IQ is like 90 to 100.
Get down.
So normal IQ is somewhere between 90 and 120, I believe. Then it gets into like high IQ, and then it gets into the percentages of people with IQ, with the maximum being somewhere around like 199 and multiple different decimals. I think that that's how it works. It's been a long time since I've done anything about IQ, because remember, it's pretty fucking useless to know these things.
Speak.
So a friend of mine graduated high school. He graduated from East Alton Wood River High School. But in the meantime, I dropped out of East Alton Wood River High School. Now, I was dropped out. My mother needed a free babysitter, and I was there, and I wasn't doing well at school, so she expressed that to me, and I said, okay, I will do whatever I need to do for my little brothers, for my family. So that was the way that things go. She'll tell you a different story, but, you know, like, I was there. I can ask some of the other people that were there while that conversation was being held. Like, she can gaslight all she wants, but the fact of the matter is it still happens, because I greatly fucking enjoyed school. I saw my girlfriend at the time, my fiance at the time, while I was at school. I loved going to school. I loved hanging around with my friends. I loved being in classes with my friends. I've never not loved school. So, so my mother dropped me out of school because, against my will, because she needed a free babysitter. That's how I left high school. But a friend of mine, he stayed in high school. Now, at the time, he fashioned himself as intelligent. He considered that he was going to succeed in life because he was going to do things the smart way, and everyone else was going to fail because they were doing things the stupid way. He fashioned himself as an intelligent person. He just figured that, you know, he wasn't the most handsome man in the world, so therefore that wasn't where he was going to take his confidence. He wasn't the most athletic person in the world. He wasn't going to take his confidence from there. You know, it's just, at the end of the day, he just fashioned himself as an intelligence person. He didn't gain any solid evidence towards or against it. He just fashioned himself as an intelligent person. So whenever the time came and we both joined the Navy, we were in the delayed enlistment program together. And that's whenever my recruiter decided to say, like, there's a gap in the physicalities of you two gentlemen. Could you close that gap as much as possible? Could you sort of get this person in as good a shape as you are? And I said, absolutely. And he said, oh my God, because he was going to have to deal with me for the next 6 months of his life, and he did. We worked out together from then on out, and he did get at least 75% as strong as I was, if not more. So he got, I got him up to be about my level of physicality, at least strength-wise. It didn't look like me, but he could sure as hell perform as good as I could, and he didn't really realize that. I don't think ever. He had already self-identified as a intelligent person, you know. But I thought whenever he was going up against someone in judo, we were both in judo together. He was going up against somebody in judo, and he was fucking tossing them across the room without much in the way of effort whatsoever. And again, he did not fashion himself as a strong person. He fashioned himself as a smart person. It's like, you know, he was playing Dungeons and Dragons, but in real life. And he chose the smart class rather than fighter, cleric, or thief, or mage, or whatever. So as part of that, I chose a job. I knew that I was strong. I knew that I had strength. And I knew that I had strength not because I was born with it, but because I gained it. Whenever I was 14 years old, I had a gym teacher, a PE teacher, physical education back whenever that was required. I had a physical education teacher that in Poinciana High School in Florida. I spent one semester at Poinciana High School in Florida, and I had a physical education teacher there who was the first to tell me that exercise releases endorphins, and endorphins make you happy. And I said, wow, that sounds like a hell of a deal. I'm going to start exercising so that I can be happy. Because I was fucking miserable. Because remember, my major depressive disorder, which is so severe that it requires the maximum possible dose of sertraline, an antidepressant, and by far, I think, the most common antidepressant of them all. I require the maximum dose that is allowable to be prescribed to human beings. That is how depressed I, according to Veterans Affairs, have always been. I have always been precisely that depressed. So being able to be happy simply because I would do a couple of push-ups, jumping jacks, and crunches. That sounded like a hell of a fucking deal to me. So that's whenever I started. I started with that very, very simple premise, with that very, very simple promise, and with that very, very simple fact.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
This small, tiny, insignificant factor that, exercise releases endorphins. I had gotten fairly good at it, and I was able to do quite a few push-ups and quite a few jumping jacks and quite a few crunches. I said, okay, I'm getting bored doing jumping jacks for like 20 minutes straight. Let me see what other exercises there are. And so it started from there. I just started going from there, and I said, okay, well, what other exercises are there? Okay, you know, what exercises would, for example, make me better able to, you know, survive a fight with somebody? So I was into martial arts. I really enjoyed them at that point in time. I'd already taken 3 months of Taekwondo.
Where are your friends?
So I was into martial arts, and I started like reading martial art books just to get what sort of exercises they were doing. And my primary problem with exercises was exercises that had to be done for like 20 minutes a day. It was taking up too much of my time. So as a result, I would often skip out on exercises that took up too much time. I didn't want to fucking spend all damn day exercising. So whenever I would read some sort of fucking martial arts book that would say, oh, you know, stand in horse stance for fucking half an hour, and then they would start telling stories about Shaolin monks that would stand on one leg in crane position for fucking 49 goddamn years. I was just like, fuck this. That's not the fucking reason that I'm reading this. So that led me to abandon the martial arts books and to go entirely towards the exercise itself. I said, you know, fuck this kind of workaround. Let me just go through exercises and I can figure out how to defend myself on my own fucking time. Because doing these two things separate is going to be much faster than trying to do them together. That much is obvious by the fact that they continue to try to get me to stand in horse stance for fucking hours at a time instead of like doing a couple of squats, you know? So that was the sort of situation that I was going towards. So now I was going directly towards exercise. So first I was looking at exercises from bodybuilders, and then I quickly realized that I don't have 10 trillion weights, and they kept talking about dieting, and I'm like, I can't afford 79,000 fucking tuna and 16 whole chickens every fucking day. Like, I'm a teenager, like, where am I going to get this money? I just remember that trick. That's not a trick that I frequently use. I just remember that it even existed. Just a moment ago.
He's coming too. Roger that.
See, in this game, this is an effective form of transportation. But in Ground Zeroes, it very much wasn't. They had not mastered the diving and getting up mechanics.
You gotta extract him.
Speak. Where are your friends?
So he witnessed that, so now he's going to call in.
Subject on
And while he's busy calling in, I close the gap in between me and him. Now, give me that.
Where are your friends? Spit it out.
Now he views this. And while he's viewing this. Now, that brief look to the side while he curses in his native language.
Я не хочу умирать!
Where are the others?
And that's what got him to spot me. See, in an effort to keep myself entertained, I'll do things like
subject
this.
on board. Leave the rest to us.
Real quick, let's fucking triple check the records here. Kill 0, alright. There's not too many soldiers in this base on 3. In Mission 12, there's a shitload. In Free Roam, there's kind of only a couple. They're real spread out. It's like this base I was at in California. I was at this base in California for a little bit while I was active duty. Just visiting. For undisclosed reasons. And while I was there, some of our guys came under. I'm scared that these fucking explosions is going to kill somebody that I haven't seen. Okay. But not scared enough to quit doing it.
If you have to shoot, be careful.
Speak. Where are your friends?
So while I was at this California base, I don't know what it was. Air Force Base, Army, Navy, I have no idea. While I was at this base, some of our guys came down with an illness. So we went over and reported to medical on base. And they fucking told us that the hospital on base was closed for the weekend. I was just like, fucking what? I have never heard of such a thing in all of my days on this planet. The fucking hospital is closed for the weekend. There was like a full-blown hospital on base. Now, on the base in that I was stationed at in South Korea, we had a clinic. We didn't have a hospital. We had a fucking clinic. But apparently, they had so few personnel on this gigantic base that I was at. But they fucking closed down the hospital for the weekend. I was like, fucking, what the hell is going on? That was excusable at our tiny little Navy base, but in this fucking massive base, that's a problem. It's okay. It was, what everybody had come down with was just a little miniature virus where, like, they, like, puked and stuff like that. Their eyes turned bloodshot. They chased down people and pushed them down and then puked directly into their face, and that's how the whole thing spread. The whole incident is, has been documented on, in the documentary 28 Days Later. Highly recommend it. I don't know what the hell it was. They kept saying that it was because we were drinking expired water, but the water itself hadn't expired. It was just the water bottles, and we had taken them out of storage, and that storage had been sitting in a Connex box for like years and years and years. I don't know what the fuck went along, but we quarantined them into one room as best as we could, and they sat in there and vomited. Sat in there, ran to the bathroom, vomited, came back. And then fucking eventually, I guess I got over it, because we all went home together again. I don't know what the hell that was. Somebody out there can punch all that into WebMD and take a couple of guesses. I'm not going to. Here's a little tip for you. Leave all of the posters in here alone. If you collect this poster in free roam, it will refuse to respawn. That happens in some versions of the game, whether you update it or not. There's no way to fix it. You just have to like forget about that ever being knocked off of your to-do list during mission 12 as one of the optional objectives ever being fulfilled, ever. The types of odd things that you discover when you put way too many hours into this game.
It wasn't one of the targets, but that's put a hole in their air surveillance. The chopper will be able to get in close now. You can designate a landing zone near the outpost.
Are you the last guy?
Where are your friends?
He's coming too. Roger that.
So, what was I talking about? This is one of the wonders of attention deficit hyperactive disorder. You can say stuff like, what the hell was I talking about? And I was the only one that was talking. Thankfully, since there's nobody tuned into this broadcast right now, you can, in fact, only remind me of what I was talking about by getting into a time machine. Finding out where I live, going all the way to me, and interrupting my broadcast. And since that's not currently happening, I won't be able to figure out what the hell led me down this train of thought. But whatever. So life doesn't work the way that it does in Metal Gear Solid. Sometimes whenever you taser people, it's enough to kill them. It's enough to make their heart beat erratically enough to give them a heart attack and kill them. So even non-lethal options like that are sometimes lethal. There is a campaign in, or at least there was, fairly recently, a campaign going around the UK saying, like, stop getting in fights, stop brawling, because even a single punch can end your life, which is true. It's a very low likelihood of occurring, but there's always a possibility that you could, in fact, start a fight with somebody who's like a fucking professional boxer and you're a nobody. And they fucking clock you so good that you're done. You're done, period, and there's nothing that doctors can do about it. They knock your brain around so good that it can't be unknocked around. And you're dead. You're done for. People have been killed with a single punch. That's real. So they say, like, you know, it's not harmless to get into a fight. It might kill you. It's true. But in places where they've had, you know, free healthcare for a very long time, not too many people are worried about the occasional scrap, you know? But really, even in hockey, you know, which hockey is a sport, and it's probably the only fucking sport where somebody can just, you know, start fighting, and then the referee won't immediately break it up. They'll, like, let them duke it out for a little while. It's the weirdest thing in the world. I love it. It's probably the fucking most entertaining sport that I've ever watched, in my opinion. However, it's not good for any of the players, right? But with all the commissions about, you know, the football players that are constantly fucking got concussions and shit like that, at no point in time was any of these fucking you know, sports ever designed around the safety of the players involved. I took a sports medicine class that talked about how much of a losing battle it is, because if you give football players padded helmets, they'll start to use them as weapons. That doesn't mean that they'll take their helmet off and whack another player with it. It just means that they will stop ramming into somebody with their shoulder because that hurts. They'll start ramming into somebody with their head, because now it no longer hurts because you gave them a padded helmet. But while it doesn't hurt in the moment, it'll fucking give them a concussion and makes them like, oh, it's a game, for God's sake. You know what I'm not getting right now from this game? A concussion. You know what I consider more entertaining than football? This game. Penn and Teller on their show Bullshit talked about the various video game controversies and how it was at some point in time the word of the day and very popular to go ahead and blame video games for all forms of illness imaginable, and just say, like, it's why everything is going wrong. The violence in video games is just making bad shit happen all the way over the fucking place. Whereas all of the data that they were encountering was going the exact opposite direction. And I did have a professor that pissed me off because he said, oh, it's proven that violence in video games cause violence in real life. And whenever I went down that rabbit hole to try to figure out anything about that, because at the time I just took it as gospel, I was just like, wow, that flies in the direct face of evidence that I've ever heard of my entire fucking life. Whenever I went down that rabbit hole, I figured out that he was talking about the fucking Bobo doll study, and he was stretching it to include video games within that premise, which the Bobo doll study has nothing to do with video games, and it has no bearing in that discussion. And like I said, no fucking actual evidence has ever come as a result of all that to definitively prove that point. Either way, Penn and Teller did an episode on it, and they said, like, just imagine if everything was the other way around. Just imagine that video games were invented a lot earlier in human history, and then suddenly, many, many years later, people suddenly began introducing regular sports. And they would see these esports, these people playing video games and everything, and you know, try to recruit them into real sports. And they would say, like, here's this real sport called American football that we are going to try to recruit your child into. And as part of this recruitment, your child will ruin his twilight years completely, may die in the sport, even in training, even while not at the actual, you know, practice. He'll be dehydrated. He'll dry up in the sun. He'll come across inevitable things that will destroy his joints and his arms and his legs, and may permanently cripple him for life, and has a very high possibility of doing so. And I'm trying to recruit your child into doing that instead of sitting down and playing video games. It's like, if we just lived in a world where that was the case, then we would be living in a nightmarish world that would be very plain for anybody to see. It would be very easy for everybody to comprehend that this is a world that nobody wants to live in. It's very, very clear. It's very easy to find. It's very easy to comprehend. It's very easy to prove the amount of damage that's caused by these fucking games that professional athletes play. Whereas in the meantime, that is simply completely absent. It's not just a lower risk. It is completely absent for evidence that video games do anything of the sort. And time and again, we are seeing humongous benefits for playing games. Action-oriented games increase reflexes and may in fact make even soldiers on the battlefield much, it give them a slight edge being better at their job. Like RPG video games that focus on numbers and whatnot improves academics a bit. There are these sort of specified tasks, video games like Surgeon Simulator, that actually improve the small, minute details that's available during surgery. There was even a recent commercial that drew upon those strengths of video games to try to recruit you into a college which was specifically designed around designing video games. So the whole thing was very interesting to see that entire saga start to finish, back and forth. Still too bright. Still too bright out here. the color correction gets, as you go up in the technology tree of trying to research better and better night vision goggles, eventually it gets to the point where the color correction on the night vision / infrared combination goggles gets better and better and better with a higher and higher draw distance. But we probably won't be able to do that because we're constantly getting rid of all the mother base soldiers, all the diamond dogs. You never want to run left or right like that. It makes things too obvious whenever you're silhouetting yourself against the night. You learn little itty bitty tips like that by being out in the field for large lengths of time.
Лучше посмотреть! Иди за мной!
In Ground Zero, they prioritized noise over what their eyes saw. In Phantom Pain, it's the opposite, which is much, much more realistic. You can't just basically be in plain sight and then throw a magazine behind them and they'll turn around. If you're going to trust or distrust your senses, there is definitely a priority with what senses you are going to trust or distrust. And a random sound isn't going to make you turn around whenever you think you see danger on the horizon.
Я не хочу умирать!
Spit it out.
You know, you're
Where are your friends?
trying to figure out who the hell is trying to turn around in your driveway. But in the meantime, your cat starts coughing up a hairball, so you turn around. No, that's not the way. That's not the way that things are going to happen.
Oh! Spit it out.
I almost got it without expending any bullets.
Where are your friends?
Did I ask this guy both questions?
Spit it out. Where are your friends?
Go ahead and get rid of you goof. This entire fucking goof troop. Oh, you rowdy goofballs. Let's just get rid of all of you. If you stand in the exact spot that you ordered a resupply in, it'll come and fall down on your head. Might even knock you out. You have to wiggle the analog stick and press the action button repeatedly in order to get Snake to wake up. I don't know if it'll knock you out or not, but I know it'll at least knock you down. Good way to do mission 11 very quickly and easily.
Leave the rest to us.
So even non-lethal options, such as tasers, may prove to be lethal. Even non-lethal options, such as pepper spray, may become lethal, as we've seen in several things. Pepper spray is not often lethal. It's probably the least violent of the options, probably the most non-lethal of the options. And the only time that I've seen pepper spray become a lethal component is whenever, directly after being pepper sprayed, the officers force the subject to lay down on his stomach, and he literally could not get enough oxygen in his lungs, and because of that, he eventually he passed on, and that was not a good event. So, I don't think that there's much in the way. I don't think that the danger is zero whenever it comes to like a dollar store pepper spray or something like that. But there's probably a much higher chance that something like a bear spray could probably fairly easily kill you. It's probably it's not the most, you know, it's not the most lethal of options, but it's certainly going to be more lethal than dollar store pepper spray, which is going to be less lethal than police grade pepper spray or OC spray. Like I said, the only time that I've ever seen it get into the realm of lethality is whenever those series of incorrect actions were performed after the subject, the suspect, was pepper sprayed. I have never seen it, you know, suddenly turn lethal purely because of the capsaicin in the eyeballs on something related to that. So I consider it a very... I think that the facts probably back me up quite a bit. I think it's probably the lowest possible risk that you can give to a suspect. I think that's probably the most non-lethal option that you have on them, despite, or you know, besides like fucking polite conversation, right? Trying to use your speech skill to de-escalate the situation, like you're playing Skyrim or some shit. So yeah, if you have to get physical, that's probably going to be your least lethal option. But if, you know, going up from there, certainly taser is the next, but that does not guarantee that it's a non-lethal option. And going up from there, there's the gunshot, and you're supposed to shoot center mass. You're supposed to shoot non-lethally. Shooting center mass, you're shooting a lot of organs that they need. I can tell you from experience that my stepfather, whenever I was 5 years old, my stepfather at the time, whenever I was 5 years old, he got, he didn't get shot, but he got, he went through a lung collapse. So one of his lungs collapsed. One of his lungs completely stopped bringing in oxygen. And it was a terrifying situation for all involved, but I could not even imagine what the hell it felt like to have one of your lungs fucking stop working on you. Now, it's a bit different whenever somebody like Tim Ferriss finds out that one of his lungs haven't even been working his entire fucking life. I think that was one of the things that Tim Ferriss covered in one of his books, was that I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, one of his lungs has never worked his entire life. It's like he's been running on one lung his entire life. So I think his body's sort of gotten used to the whole process, if I'm recalling that correctly, if that's true. But this man suddenly had one lung give out entirely. It's like that. It was terrifying for all of us, and you know, I couldn't imagine how bad it felt. I'm sure it was completely fucking awful. The fact that he went back to smoking everything under the sun right afterwards is a fucking testament to something or the other. I don't know. Testament to stupidity or something. The indomitable human will to fucking kill ourselves in the slowest way possible, I guess. I don't know. But you would think that something like that would fucking change your life, but I don't know. It didn't for him. It's just like, okay, let me get right back to smoking. Weird. Fucking weird. There's another book out there called Change or Die. And very simply, the premise of the book is that a lot of times whenever people are given that choice by their doctors, they usually just choose die. One is easier than the other. It's like you're gonna die anyway. Dying is inevitable. Dying is the easiest thing in the world. Dying is far and above easier than any other activity. And you know that as a matter of fact is because it's unavoidable. We're all gonna die. So it has to be the easiest possible thing just to die. But it is what it is. Now, it's time to box teleport out of here. My PlayStation just informed me that somebody is watching. It's one of my other personalities. One of the voices in my head just fucking tuned into the stream, I guess. Normally it says one watching because I'm watching my own stream to make sure it's working. Oh boy. Guess I'll go up and around to this couple of places. Get them out of the way. So what the hell was I thinking about earlier? Oh, that book, The Human Zoo, the entire premise of the book, The Human Zoo, is the fact that in captivity, animals stop acting like animals. So lions stopped acting like lions. You can't learn anything about the behavior of lions whenever you're at a zoo. You don't know how they work in a pride or anything like that. You don't know how they work in their natural environment. You don't know what their natural environment is or what their natural diet is. Everything has been switched over to the zoo. So whenever you put humans in a zoo-like environment, say for example you put each and every human in some sort of a cage, the cages would all be very similar in size, similar in shape, kind of give them the same general things to eat and stuff like that. You know, maybe even give them a lot of rules and everything, so they kind of all have to act the same. They might even have to dress the same. And you might be thinking that I'm talking about prison right now, or maybe you're even talking, you think I'm talking about the military. But no, I'm talking about the suburbs. Yeah. Whenever you put humans in such a incredibly unnatural environment, do they stop acting like humans? And that's the premise of the book, The Human Zoo. That was something, that's a thought that I can complete now, after all this time. But my buddy who trained with me in the delayed enlistment program, he fashioned himself as a smart person, even whenever he had no evidence that he was smart or vice versa. He had no evidence for this. He just decided that he was one day and began attempting to act the part. But as a result, it was considered almost predestined, almost preordained whenever he passed high school, whenever he graduated high school. And as such, it was also considered preordained.
Да, на Россию. Во Внуково.
They're talking about
который летел этим рейсом.
Что? Но ведь...
Он отправил ее еще до вылета. Просто она только пришла.
Точно. Еще до катастрофы.
they're talking about the crash
Что, по крайней мере, один человек выжил.
Не может быть!
that happened at the beginning of the game that we heard.
Никто не мог выжить после такого. Мне жаль. Пока.
Пока.
The plane crash that had Psycho Mantis and Colonel Volgan's dead body on it. Wow. But, you know, so it was considered sort of like predestined, preordained that, you know, I had fashioned myself as a strong person, therefore had not, but I knew that the strength had come from beginning to exercise. I hadn't, like, gotten into exercise and suddenly I was just really, really good at it. It was simply because,
Roger that.
because that PE teacher said that it releases endorphins and endorphins make you happy. And as a miserable child with, you know, very, very severe and untreated depression, according to the Veterans Affairs, you know, that was a hell of a deal for me. So I had gained my strength. But he considered his intelligence to be predestined, preordained, an inherent aspect of him as a person. Therefore, he considered it sort of preset. This, in both self-help circles and in therapy circles, is known as the growth mindset. If you do not believe in the growth mindset, which is absolutely, you know, 1000% provable, it's like, it's very obvious you weren't born with the ability to walk, talk, fucking drive a car, all of these different things. You've experienced growth before. But whenever you disregard all of that, you know, obvious evidence and forget these things and then begin to believe that everything is predestined and preordained and everybody is just born smart or strong or whatever, and you don't believe in growth anymore, then therapy is very unlikely to succeed. Extremely unlikely to succeed. You first have to begin believing in growth, which, like I said, it's not like it's an unfucking proven concept. You can prove to yourself, was I born with the ability to walk? No. Did I have to learn how to walk? Yes. Did I learn how to walk? Yes. Okay, so growth exists. We have the objective reality that growth exists. But what's going on from there, right? What do you do from there? Where do you go from there? You've proven that growth exists. But if you still don't believe in it, if you're staring at the evidence that the boogeyman does not exist, but you still believe in him, if you don't believe in the growth mindset, then there's not much that a therapist can really do for you until you give up your belief in this predestined, preordained bullshit that you have zero evidence for, and people can prove wrong over and over and over again. The meritocracy, believing that everybody simply deserves their fate, right? the idea that rich people fucking deserve to be rich and that's why they're rich. Well, tell me precisely what, little Timmy born in Africa did wrong to starve to fucking death before he ever even got the chance to eat. What the hell did that kid do wrong? He must have done something real fucked up before he died, minutes after he was born or whatever. This sort of shit happens all the time. So, like, if you hear somebody say something like, hey, the meritocracy is inherently racist, it's because the meritocracy is inherently racist. Believing that, somebody deserves to be rich, and that's why they're rich, you have to also simultaneously believe that somebody deserves to be poor, and that's why they're poor. Then you have to start asking questions like, well, what the hell did they do that, made them deserve to be poor? And whenever you can't answer that question very readily and very easily, and for the most extreme of examples, that entire thing falls apart. Of course, you can objectively prove it's wrong, but it's kind of like trying to get somebody to stop eating McDonald's by telling them how many calories a Big Mac has in it. Until you fucking sit there and let them go through that mental exercise themselves. Okay, you believe that poor people are poor because they deserve to be poor. Now, what did all of those children in all of these different countries, what did they do that made them deserve to starve to death? A very short time after they were born. What did they do to deserve that fate? Once you have them go through that mental exercise, you realize they can realize that their belief has no bearing on reality whatsoever. Once again, you can prove to them objectively that people don't deserve to be poor, nor do people deserve to be rich. You can prove that to them objectively, but it's a lot like trying to get them to stop eating McDonald's by telling them how many calories a Big Mac has. In the field of information technology, that sort of information is known as data, and it's the most useless form of information. To turn data into solid information, you're going to need a lot more out of it.
Where are your friends?
So, to use an example directly from my life, telling me that exercise releases endorphins wasn't going to get me to exercise. I need to know what endorphins are. Endorphins are the happy chemical. So the next question from me would be, so does that mean with more happy chemical, I'm more happy? And once that answer is yes, then that's whenever I can finally take all of these disparate pieces of information, and now I have enough information to begin using the limited amount of time that I have left before I die to start exercising. Before that point, I thought that exercising was a lot like cleaning your room. Why the fuck would you clean your room if it's just going to get messy again? Doesn't make any sense, does it? So that was the problem that I had whenever I was a kid. Why the fuck are you so adamant about me cleaning my room? It's just going to get messy again. Why the fuck would I care? So exercise, to me, for the longest time in my life, was a similar thing. I was like, why the fuck was I gonna, why the fuck would I exercise if I'm just going to like lose my strength eventually. I'm just going to fall out of shape. Like if I get in shape, I'm eventually going to get out of shape again. So why the fuck would I bother to get in shape in the fucking first place? Doesn't make any sense.
He's coming too.
And then you give me this this other piece of data, and I'm able to put it together in my mind. First, the PE teacher says, you should exercise. I say, why? He says, exercise releases endorphins. That's still not enough information for me. What the fuck is an endorphin? Endorphin is a happy chemical. Okay, the endorphins are the happy chemicals. I don't give a shit about how a chemical feels. I don't care if a chemical is happy or not. Well, if you have more happy chemicals, then you'll be more happy. Oh, those 3 data points allowed me to bring them together and make it into more useful information that I was then able to use. And that information led to a lot of things in my life. It more than likely saved my life whenever I got multiple different injuries. I was more than likely able to survive because of these things.
You gotta extract him.
I read a story once about a bodybuilder, and this bodybuilder had gotten into a car accident, and he was told that his the massive amount of muscle that he had cushioned him from the impact of that car crash. So the obvious question became, would fat cushion me from the car crash? And the obvious answer is yes. In fact, gladiators in ancient Rome weren't shredded like they were in the movie Gladiator. Instead, they were often a bit on the pudgy or hefty side. They simply could not achieve a physique like a sumo wrestler, but that didn't mean that that's exactly what they were trying to do. Because whenever an opponent would slash through their skin, they would still have to get through a little bit of fat in order to get to something vital. And that was the whole purpose behind their physique, behind what they were trying to do with their physique and everything. They weren't ripped, they weren't shredded, they weren't any of these other different things. They didn't look like a bodybuilder. Kind of looked like an out-of-shape, middle-aged dad, you know? And that's what they were trying to do. Because you had to slash through their skin and get through a lot of fat before you got to anything vital. And gladiators often had, I mean, like, they would have, like, dulled weapons most of the time and stuff like that. It was fairly rare for gladiators to die. It was much more profitable for everybody involved if gladiators survived. But at the end of the day, it was, they were, you know, using weaponry against one another, and so the chance of death was never zero, as we've been discussing this entire time, right? So, like I said, this bodybuilder was talking about have all of that muscle, then it likely would have damaged, ruptured, or otherwise, you know, hurt his internal organs in such a way where he would have had to, at the very least, spend a much larger amount of time in the hospital, if not had killed him outright. So the next question was, of course, if he was fat, if he had a lot of fat on his body, would that do the same thing? Would that lead him to a situation where he would have been similarly had that impact cushioned? And the obvious answer was yes. Fat would have cushioned the impact. However, it has been medically found on a very, very repeated basis that obesity is the cause of a great many different health concerns. And so it's much more likely that even if the fat had cushioned the impact for him at that point in time, he likely would have succumbed to one of the myriad other things that would have happened as a result of obesity. One of the many, 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 many things that it's linked to. In a negative life, in a negative light, medically speaking. So that's what he was told at the end of the tale. I believe I read that story on T Nation. It was probably in between the years 2004 and 2011. It's not likely that I read that afterwards. Just in case you're trying to figure out an origin to that story. I didn't lower the search down too overly much, but I'll be able to help you find it. Just so you know, I'm not pulling that out of my ass to fat shame people or something like that. No, I'm just speaking about facts, you know. If you consider more body fats to be attractive, that's all you. And whenever sumo wrestlers are taken to doctors and everything, there's not too many doctors in the world that would consider them to be unhealthy despite their body mass index. If you remove the body fat from a sumo wrestler, they would either look like a bodybuilder under all of that body fat, or they would at the very least look like a powerlifter under all that body fat. So, like, fat itself isn't necessarily the enemy. But the more weights that you have on you in general, the more, you know, strain on the joints and the harder everything is going to be. You'd think there'd be like a contradictory effect, right? If you put like ankle weights on, then you obviously burn more calories just trying to move from place to place, just trying to do all things. You put ankle weights on, you put wrist weights on, you'll burn more calories just doing regular ass daily activities. So it's in the lands, in mankind's distant past, I'm sure it was a fairly, it was probably like a fairly, you know, self-regulating thing. Like, mankind has packed on the pounds. That's allowed us to survive long periods of time without any fresh food. We became omnivorous so that we could we could digest most, you know, forms of protein and stuff like that. Survive on a lot of plants, survive off a lot of meat, survive off both. All these different things. That's as far as people who study evolution have been able to figure out at this point. And there was lots of different, creatures in the homogeneous, in the homo genus.
Эй, смотри!
And us Homo sapiens outlived the Neanderthals. And it's kind of crazy. What the fuck?
Я не хочу умирать!
Spit it out.
I don't know why the hell he
Where are the others?
turned around instead of being held up correctly. Whatever.
Нет, не делай этого!
I just like taking their guns away. It's more difficult than holding them up regularly, so
Where are your friends?
more difficulty equals more entertainment. For me, at the very least.
He's coming too. Roger that.
It's actually been proven, believe it or not,
Я не хочу умирать!
in Dr. Csikszentmihalyi's book, Flow, The Psychology of Personal Experience. He finds out that there is a curve.
Делай этого!
If an activity is too difficult, or your skill level is too low, then it will be frustrating to try to partake in that activity. It is either too difficult, or your skill level is too low, or perhaps both. He got hit by the trash can whenever I shot it. He's not hurt, and I can prove that he's not hurt. I can prove that he is not injured. Because look, it did not affect my capture percentage.
Снимите меня отсюда!
Whenever soldiers are injured, it makes it at least less likely that they'll survive an extraction. Hell yeah. Alright. Alright. Back down. So but if your skill level is too high, or the activity that you are attempting to perform is too easy, then you'll become bored. Now, daily reminder that boredom is the worst feeling on planet Earth. You may not think that boredom is the worst feeling on planet Earth. You'll be like, would you rather be bored than, or would you rather me cut off your fingers or something like that? And I would obviously tell you that I'd rather be bored. However, it is the worst feeling that human beings can possibly feel. And we know this as a matter of absolute fact, because human beings would rather injure themselves than be bored. This was a study which was not only documented in modern day science, in scientific histories long past, but indeed it was documented on live footage so that you can see it, because the study was completely repeated from the ground up on Mind Field, M-I-N-D Field, on YouTube, which at some point in time was a YouTube premium exclusive show starring Michael from Vsauce. But I think now you can view it much easier. I don't think it's YouTube Premium exclusive anymore. But I could be wrong about that. By the way, I don't know that running left to right is one of the stupidest things that you can do whenever you're trying to hide from the enemy. I don't know that because of my time out in the field. Quite the opposite. I learned that by reading about somebody else who had a lot of time in the field. So that's the only reason I know that information. I learned it from somebody else because of his time in the field.
Where are your friends?
He's so far away that he's not even going to raise suspicion whenever he's screaming bloody murder. They can't hear him more than 60 meters away. All guards in Metal Gear are fucking blind and deaf. And maybe simultaneously drunk. Would explain some of their behavior. Wow, he didn't even see enough to come take a look. Wasn't even that suspicious. So in Mind Field, they repeated a study which has been put down in the annals of history as well, where they take a subject and they take their phone and everything else that they could possibly use to entertain themselves, and they put them in a room alone for like fucking 20 minutes or some shit. Maybe like in a half an hour, maybe a little longer than that. I'm not quite entirely sure, but they put the subject in a room for... And they're supposed to be waiting for something else. They're supposed to be waiting for this, that, or the other. So they think that the psychological experiment is about something else. But the psychological experiment is really about putting them in that waiting room with zero things to entertain themselves. But there's a button in the room, and that button specifically says, do not push this fucking button. It's going to shock you. So it's got that sign on there, and guess what? They push the button. Almost 100% of them fucking push the button. Obviously, once enough time has passed, almost 100% of them will fucking push that damn button. But the real shocking part is, if you leave them in there long enough, they'll do it again. And I thought that this was all fine and dandy, perfectly understandable. Until I read the original notes for this particular study, because within the original notes of this particular study, you find out that there's at least one subject that shocked himself like 152 fucking times. It was something ridiculously high like that. It's like that person needed fucking constant stimulation. That much is fucking blatantly obvious at this point. It's like that person shocked themselves like a fucking zillion times rather than sit there for like 10 minutes without anything to entertain themselves. So yes, of all human emotions, boredom is the one that we consider, as human beings, as Homo sapiens, the thing that we will avoid more than any other emotion. It's the worst emotion, according to our own reaction to it.
Roger that.
Scientifically proven. So, if you are, doing if you're playing a game and that game is too easy, or your skill level is too high, and you become bored, it's one of the worst possible things that you can do to yourself in regards to trying to enjoy your life, trying to be happy, trying to take your time and have it be, you know, something that you enjoy before you inevitably die. So if you're constantly playing your video games on very easy mode and stuff like that, you are not doing a service to yourself and your life. You are not on a path. You are scientifically proven to be on a path that will not lead to happiness. If you're constantly trying to do, you know, whatever is the easiest possible exercise program, you are not serving yourself. But in the meantime, if the exercise program that you are attempting to take part in is too difficult, or the skill level that you have in such a exercise program is too high, either way, you are going to experience frustration, which is also obviously a negative emotion, just not as bad as boredom. So if you're looking at somebody playing a Dark Souls game or something like that, and all you can think of is, why would somebody do something so difficult yet so pointless? It's because they are serving themselves. It's because they are happier than those who are constantly looking for the easiest possible thing. So whenever your personal trainer or something along those lines tells you very matter-of-factly that what you need to do is do this exercise until it becomes too easy because you're doing like 10 repetitions or, you know, 15 repetitions whenever you started with 6. And they are trying to serve you. Believe it or not, even if they don't know this whole part about human psychology, the science about this does not lie. You do not serve yourself by doing 10 billion repetitions of an exercise and spending the vast majority of your limited amount of time on this planet doing that many repetitions of the exercise simply because you're afraid of doing a slightly harder version of it. Whether that version of it is harder because you put more weight on the bar, you are now lifting more weight, or because, you know, you're doing a harder variation of it or whatever. So, why do people constantly subject themselves to harder and harder, you know, challenges whenever it comes to like Dark Souls games and stuff like that?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Why do people do hard things in general? If that seems contradictory to you, we actually have the definitive scientific answer to this question.
Your anti-air radar? It wasn't one of the targets, but that's put a hole in their air surveillance. Chopper will be able to get in close now. You can designate a landing zone near the outpost.
So, even challenge runs like this. Making those games slightly more difficult is because I am better served doing a challenge run like this. I'm enjoying my life more because this is slightly more difficult. So, okay. Finishing that thought, Now let's go all the way back down to my friend who went through the delayed enlistment program with me. He fashioned himself to be a smart dude. He considered it sort of predestined, preordained, a normal set of circumstances. Whenever he graduated from high school and I dropped out and took the GED. Well, my mother dropped me out and I took and passed the GED, the General Education Diploma. So he considered all of those things to be normal things that happened. But then, as was said by one wise person, I can't remember off of the top of my head where the quote comes from. I know that it's often cited as Nelson Mandela, but it was actually some self-help author that actually penned this particular quote. But people are not they're not in fear of their inadequacy. They are rather in fear of being powerful beyond measure, of essentially having no excuse.
Roger that.
You know, not being able to excuse their inadequacies.
You gotta extract him.
What is frightening to people is the possibility that they are at fault for all of their current circumstances, which it's a mix. Taking ownership of 100% of your personal circumstances is not entirely the answer. Going to one extreme over the other, of course, is not the answer here. So you're not at fault for 100% of your circumstances. Oh, if you just hustled more, if you got a second job, a third job, a fourth job, then you'd be rich. No. Less than 1% of the population of the world is wealthy. And of that 1%, less than about 85% of that less than 1% were simply born that way. So no, it's not strictly your fault that you are not wealthy. However, is it your fault that you don't have a cabin, that you don't live in a cabin of your own design? Well, that's a different question. Could you, in fact, take mud and put it into the shape of a brick? Yeah, that's probably pretty easy for you to do, unless you're paraplegic or something along those lines. But it's like a vibration or something. It was like down by my foot. I have to check and see if I have like a text message or something. It'd be like a text message from my grandpa saying like, hey, you're like really close to me, you're like a block away and I'm dying. And I would have to be like, oh shit. I didn't call you because I can't talk right now or something. Like he's over 75 years old. Shit happens. I just took him to the hospital like 2 weeks ago. Plus, it's his fucking phone. If I'm going to borrow the man's phone, then at the very least, I need to stay on top of it as much as I can. And try to make sure that if he or anybody else calls wanting my services, then, or worse, wanting his services, I need to be on top of that. Because if they want, desire, or require his services, and he simply does not know about that, then that's, you know, hurting his bottom line and possibly even his future relationships with the person in question. All simply because they can't get a hold of him on his cell phone and have instead called his old landline, which is now attached to a cell phone for some reason. Very good. Anyways, I guess it was nothing. Phantom buzz, that used to be a thing. A phantom buzz. Where somebody would feel their pocket vibrate, but it actually wasn't their cell phone. It was just like a weird, I don't know, muscle twitch or something. That was something that they were discovering and talking about in the 90s, I believe, or early 2000s. Okay, okay. This affects almost nothing, but eventually this building gets blown up in a mission, and then from then on out it just remains blown up. Even though like the mission like has come and gone, it just remains blown up. It's especially strange because you'll like be replaying a mission that's already happened. With this mission that took place in the future that blew up the damn thing here, that mission that took place in the future, like, it's not being represented right. Or it is being represented, even though that you're playing something that obviously took place in the past. It's very strange like that. Oh well, it's a thing, I guess. Maybe it's representative of something, scars in a man's mind. Because the person that we're playing as, Venom Snake here, he's an unreliable narrator, believe it or not. Kind of has brain damage, and you could tell because there's a piece of shrapnel sticking out of his head still. So what he sees is not necessarily what he sees and then relays to us as the player. That whole sequence of everything, all of that is not necessarily the truth. tried to push the punch button and then the hold up button. I tried to take his gun, but instead I pushed the punch button while I was simultaneously holding down the analog stick in a certain direction, and therefore, instead of doing what I wanted to do, I accidentally threw him on the ground. This is a misinput. Okay. So, my buddy, who went through the delayed enlistment program with me, and I was sort of put in charge of his physical fitness by a recruiter to try to close the gap between how in shape that he was compared to how in shape I was. That whole sequence of events and everything. He considered it preordained for me to have, you know, been dropped out against my will of high school. Been dropped out of high school. The funny thing about that story is that my mother will continually try to gaslight me into thinking that being dropped out of high school was my choice, when at the time it legally could not have been. Because I was not yet 18 years old. I could not make that decision on my own. And she went to, you know, whatever meeting that was required to drop me out of high school. She did that on her own. She did not take me with her. So, it's like literally, this could not have happened on my own. This could not have been a decision that I made on my own. It's very clear. Like, you dropped me out of high school. I did not beg to be dropped out of high school. I did not ask to be dropped out of high school. There was no point in time where I suddenly decided that I didn't like high school. Like, high school is where, you know, my first fiance was. You know, I thought that I got the invoice in Chicago Clay, but apparently I did not. Worry not. I have, in fact, picked up all the little doodads in between here and Chicago Clay, so since there's nothing for me to pick up, I'll just get there as fast as I can to correct my mistake. I really thought I picked up that invoice, but I guess I didn't. So, at the time, my buddy in the delayed enlistment program, he fashioned himself as a smart person, and he fashioned me as a strong person, and I fashioned myself as a strong person. And I did not fashion myself as a smart person necessarily. So we had both considered our situation to be sort of preordained in a way. Then, based on what he considered at the time to be a preordained thing, and I knew at the time to be a growth thing, I hadn't just started and began life already strong. I had gotten that way by exercising, you know. I didn't choose the exercises that I was already very good at. Instead, I just, you know, I started exercising with what exercises that I knew how to do, and then I sort of worked my way out from there. It's either that or walks in barracks, one or the other. We'll do one day. But as part of what he considered to be preordained, he chose to become, he chose to be an IT, an intelligence technician within the United States Navy. That is the job that he chose to do. Intelligence technician. And as part of this preordained thing, because I fashioned myself as a strong person and not necessarily a smart person, I chose to be a master at arms or military police. I figured that if I could make myself strong, then perhaps I can also grow in other skills. Perhaps I could get better at shooting. Perhaps I could get better at I think these question marks are just, I think they're just grenades. I was throwing up question marks because the grenades are either better than the ones that I currently am equipped with or worse than the ones I'm currently equipped with. So he considered the smart decision to do a job which he thought would be easy, a job that he figured that would be physically easy to perform, a computer job. But it was the smart decision to do a computer job. And I consider this Master at Arms thing to be the smart decision for a strong person. That perhaps, since I considered myself a strong person, perhaps I could excel at this. By the way, do you see the flies around my head? I've been out in the desert too long. If you're out in the field too long, then you'll get flies over your head, and Snake hasn't slept for a while, so his hands shake worse than usual. There's a couple of different things that get, worse than normal. Oh. Over there by the tree. Can you believe that, like, normal hunters just have to fucking find the thing that they just shot out in the foliage somewhere? It's a nightmare. I would much rather get my meat from the supermarket, where the meat obviously died naturally, surrounded by loved ones, and then was immediately packaged. I'm being facetious, by the way. SVG 76. These are the assault rifles. I don't know why those are question marks. No clue. Oh well. Not gonna lose too much sleep over it. These flying heroism points. Oh boy. So, smart, a self-identified smart person with no real evidence that he was smart versus a self-identified strong person with lots of evidence that he was strong. So I thought that I was making a solid decision at this point. Now, notably, what I wanted to do, I wanted to be a personal trainer. I had already essentially been doing the job without pay. Now, each and every time that me and my buddy pal performed a workout, every time that we worked out together, which was every day, 6 times a week, every single time that we did, we would stop by Taco Bell afterwards, and I had been taught that simple carbohydrates are the best thing after a workout. So I would order like double protein or something like that, and he would pay for both of our orders. That happened every day, 6 days a week. So it probably didn't do me too many favors in the weight department. Probably didn't help me out. Probably didn't help my physique out in any way, shape, or form. But I had my way of justifying it. Like I said, not necessarily a good way. It's not a good justification, but that's how I justified it. But also, I personally considered him paying for our Taco Bell meal to be my payment for, you know, leading him through another successful workout, getting him slightly closer to his goal of being, you know, in fairly good shape inside the United States Navy.
Lie down. Talk. Where are the others?
Kojima likes to repeat information a lot of times, just in case you weren't paying attention. And a lot of times that's because you weren't paying attention. It's not like he really wants to repeat information over and over again. It's just a lot of times we literally need this information repeated over and over and over again. It's like you had everything that you needed in Metal Gear Solid 2, but it was still data. It wasn't explicitly said yet, but you had all the data that you needed to put the pieces together inside your head. In Metal Gear Solid 2, if you had played Metal Gear Solid 1, then you'd know that Liquid Snake is a clone of Big Boss, same as Solid Snake, the main character of Metal Gear Solid 1. So you already know that information, and you might have even had it pounded in your head over and over again whenever you played the game over and over again, to get extra whatever, or just because you were having fun playing the game, all sorts of different reasons. So you had that information inside your brain. Then you're playing as Solid Snake, and Solid Snake,
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
that's weird.
You gonna extract him?
Where'd that truck come from? So there are some people who are affiliated in this truck in some way, shape, or form, who are haunting this area somewhere. I sure would like to meet them. There's one. There should be two of you. It's not often that they send a soldier in a truck alone. Where's your partner? Where's your battle buddy?
Я не хочу умирать!
Spit it out.
What do you mean?
Where are your friends?
What do you mean? That was a sort of like, you know, mission clear or alert clear noise. I'm like, what do you mean alert clear? Where's his buddy? Where the fuck is this motherfucker's battle buddy, man? That shit is important to know. So anyway, I considered it payment that he paid for our Taco Bell. I wanted to be a personal trainer, but whenever I went in there and I asked for personal trainer, they said the closest thing that we have to a personal trainer for enlisted sailors is a corpsman. It's the only thing that we really have that's anywhere in the medical field. And corpsman is full. It was I was making this decision in late 2006. I was in the building at St. Louis Military Entrance Processing Station in Missouri. So at that time, corpsman was full. He wasn't fucking with me. Corpsman was full. So then, well, first, he offered me SEAL. He said, you're in fairly... Well, first he offered... Yes. First he offered me SEAL. He said, you've got an 88 out of 99 on your ASVAB. You've got all the scores for it, and you look like you're in fairly good shape. Do you want to be a Navy SEAL? I said, no, I can't run worth a shit. And all of that was because I broke my leg whenever I was 5 years old, and while my leg was in the cast, one of my legs grew longer than the other. And I did not figure all of that out until 2015, whenever they finally fucking sent me to a physical rehabilitation specialist who took one look at me and said, do you know that your hips are uneven? And I said, I don't know what the hell that means. And she said, it means that one of your legs is shorter than the other. I said, yeah, you know, it's in my medical record that I broke my leg whenever I was 5 years old. Wrong, huh? Every last one of them was Tajik. It was a Hamid fighter. They were a different group. We'll come across a Hamid fighter in mission number 6. But they're talking about the difficulties that the Russian army had trying to tell the difference between one group in Afghanistan and the next. Which is a repeated thing. It's so crazy to me that the Allies were able to... Well, maybe it's not. The Allies were able to tell the difference between one fucking group of white people and the next in World War II, but they're unable to do so with people in Afghanistan. They all seem to be on the same side, and so that leads to situations where you're perhaps shooting a Hamid fighter that used to be very loyal to the United States of America because of this particular incident that we are playing through in the moment, as in the invasion of Afghanistan by Russian forces. So you could even completely wipe out, kill every single member of a Hamid troop, causing them to want revenge against the Americans whenever they were previously loyal to the Americans, all because we can't tell the difference between one group and the other. This is a fucking situation that repeated itself in one empire and the next over and over and over again. This is a repeated thing. This is a repeated problem. But the fact of the matter is that this was also an era of war where a nation would be fighting a group. Like, do you know that the Taliban have a Twitter page? Do you know that they've had it for a very long time? Do you know that they're a company? Did you know that they have absorbed other companies? Not because they held them at gunpoint, because they literally, like, bought them out? Like, just imagine, like, the United States Marines going up against Walmart. Doesn't make any sense, does it? And how do you tell whether or not somebody is loyal to Walmart? You might say, well, they're wearing a Walmart vest. Yeah, well, what if they weren't? I said loyal to Walmart, not working at a Walmart right now, not standing in a Walmart. How do you, if they aren't wearing a fucking Walmart vest, then how do you know the difference between someone who's shopping at a Walmart or somebody who is working at a Walmart? If they're not wearing the vest, how do you know? And that was the big difference. In all of the world, in all of the wars in the world's past, the bad guys wore red, the good guys wore blue, or vice versa, or whatever, but they wore fucking things identifying them as a bad guy or a good guy. They were literally fucking color-coded. And then suddenly, a nation is forced to fight a war wherein the bad guys are wearing clothes, and the good guys are wearing blue to denote them as good guys.
Leave the rest to us.
At the very least, most of the time. Now suddenly you see the problem. The same problem that Russia had in 1984 was something that the Americans had in the Gulf War and in the War on Terror afterwards.
A wild donkey. It isn't domesticated. You'll have a hard time riding it.
Motherfucker. Anyways. So, I was in the military entrance processing station choosing my job. I was offered Navy SEAL by the job guy, the guy in fucking charge of choosing your job in the United States. In the end, like I said, this guy he offers me SEAL, and I say, he says, you're in pretty good shape, you've got an 88 out of 99 on the ASVAB, on the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery. So you got an 88 out of 99 on the ASVAB. Would you like to be a Navy SEAL? I said, no, I'm terrible at running. And the reason why I was terrible at running was, of course, because I broke my leg as a child, and one of my legs grew longer than the other, while one of them was stuck in a cast. Which one? The left one. I think I broke my left leg. Could be wrong about that, though. Not 100% certain. I was 5, man. It wasn't a whatchamacallit, it wasn't a... My bone didn't poke through my skin or anything like that. Just a regular ass, like... I didn't even know that I had a broken leg. I was just like, you know... I fell off of the top of the jungle gym into whatever the hell we had in our playground at the time. Broken glass, used needles, whatever the hell we cushioned the impact from a, you know, child at the time. I gotta count my blessings. Like, I know I was at a point in time in human history where these things weren't, you know, as good as the chewed up rubber tires that, you know, kids have in the new days, but look back at like the 1950s or some shit and look at the gym equipment from that period of, you know, American history. And what you're going to find is some truly terrifying things. It's like those who survived gym class, like, they were the true warriors of that age. It's like they had stuff that was like fucking 50 feet in the air. It was crazy. It was absolute madness. Literally, look up like, I'm not fucking with you, look up, like, physical education class in 1950. So either way, whatever, you know, massive lack of safety measures that, we had at the time, I fell from the top of the jungle gym in kindergarten and broke my leg. I didn't know it. Fuck me, man. I didn't even know that legs could break. I don't know what the fuck was going on. I was 5. So then, after I, you know, fell from the top of the jungle gym, I just laid there. And the teachers came out and they said, "Hey, you know, recess is over. We're gonna have to go inside." And I said, "Well, I can't move." And it was just like, "Come on, quit fucking around, you know, we gotta go back inside." And I was just like, "Yeah, you know, that's real cool and all, but I can't move." Like, this isn't a game, I'm not fucking with you or whatever. I can't move, man. And they're like, "Okay, well, clearly we've got an uncooperative student, so..." One teacher grabbed me by my legs and the other teacher grabbed me by my arms and they lifted me up like a potato sack whenever I had a broken leg. And then thankfully they dropped me off like a potato sack at the nurse's office, and the nurse took one fucking look at me and said, This kid has a broken leg.
Не делай этого.
And I know immediately what the fucking problem is. This kid has a broken leg. Whatever is the right way to have a leg, this kid currently has the wrong way going on.
He's coming too. Roger that.
But, like I said, that was the sequence of events. That's why I refused the offer to be a Navy SEAL. Then he offered me nuke. He said, well, since you do have a high ASVAB score, Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, since your score on that test was particularly high, you qualify to be a nuclear submarine technician. Would you like to be one? And I said, no, I like to see the sun sometimes. On occasion, me and the sun, we get along. So I would like to see the sun sometimes. Now this is what I would consider to be a bad decision on my part. And I would have been a much wealthier man if I would have chose to do so. However, I am told that not only was at the time, not only was nuclear submarine technician school every bit as hard as community college at the very, very least, but I believe it also at the time was 2 years long, which is a large amount of time to be placed on such restrictions. However, they also were apparently placed on much less restrictions than like is normal for what we called A school, which is basically job training in the Navy, in the U.S. Navy. So I've been told that it was not just as difficult as community college, if not more, but also I think nuclear submarine technicians actually leave their A school, at least at the time. I had heard that they leave their A school with an associate's degree. I could be 100% wrong about that, but that's the rumor that I fucking heard at the time. I don't know too many nuclear submarine technicians. I don't talk with them. I don't hang out with them. I don't have too many of them on my Facebook friends list. Nothing against them, I just didn't fucking run into them too overly often. But, I still do not believe that I would have successfully gotten through nuclear submarine technician A school. I believe that I would have failed. It took me 4 years to get through. I didn't get through community college until until 2015, and I left active duty in 2011. It essentially took me at least 4 years to get through a 2-year school. So I do not believe that I would have graduated that place on time. I believe that my undiagnosed, extremely severe attention deficit hyperactive disorder and my certainly my undiagnosed, extremely severe depression would have gotten in that way. I believe that I'm very, very lucky to end up how I was. Now, one of my coworkers at Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma, which was my second and final duty station while I was active duty in the United States Navy. One of my coworkers was in fact sent to Corpsman A School to be a corpsman. However, he flunked out of that, and he was an Eagle Scout. So with all of his things, even if I would have been sent to Corpsman A School, if he could not have succeeded with all of his accolades already intact, he was also, by the way, of course, a high school graduate, and I was, again, a high school dropout.
А что вообще сейчас? Я не хочу умирать!
Where are your friends?
He was asking why his friend was taking so long.
Кто-нибудь, помогите!
When he'd been shot in the face with a tranquilizer dart. And I thought he ran past his friend while he was unconscious on the ground.
Rest to us. Where are your friends?
Maybe I'm wrong. I think it'd be fairly obvious. Oh, your friend is unconscious. Either dead, dying, or sleeping, or some variation.
Killed him.
I do believe I was very lucky to have had all of the different options and chosen all the different options that I did. But whenever I said I wanted to be a personal trainer at the time, I meant it. And whenever the guy in charge of jobs in the military at St. Louis, Missouri Military Entrance Processing Station that was quizzing me on this, whenever he said that the closest thing that he had was corpsman, he was correct. And whenever he said that corpsman was full, he was also correct. He wasn't malicious against me in any way, shape, or form. I had refused his two options, or his two offers. So then he threw the book of different jobs in the Navy towards me, and he said, "Okay, we'll pick one, but I'm not giving you all day to choose." It's like, so I had like less than 5 minutes to choose a different option. Like, I hadn't researched any of the options. I was making a decision. This was the next 4 years of my life. And he gave me very, very little in the way of, options or choices, but also, what fucking choice did he have? It's like we're all in a system that doesn't really, bode well for all involved. I still consider myself to be quite lucky for all the things that have happened. But as I've made very clear in previous broadcasts, while I would not trade my time in the military for the world, the military was still an unnecessary portion of my life. If you want to join the military, that is certainly an option. And it will indeed give you things like, free healthcare and stuff like that. and will give the same to your dependents, whether that be your spouse, your children, or both, even your parents. Whenever your aging parents begin to get into a sort of situation where they can't take care of themselves, you can take them in on as dependents, and that will allow you to not just take care of them, but it will allow them to take advantage of the very same free health care that you get on base, if not better, because you know you'll be told to like get back in service, and they won't be treated as roughly whenever they go into the hospital or something. They won't be expected to be in shape. They won't be blamed for their own injuries or something like that, and they won't be pressured to, you know, get this person back to work as soon as possible because people's lives are on the line, because military people are doing important things that, you know, lead to the life or death of other individuals. So I consider it a great choice to be in the military. But if you can't, then it's not necessary. Whether the reason that you cannot join the military is because of your own actions, or simply because the military is not hiring, or simply because you do not qualify, then just know that it is an unnecessary thing. If I would have known that Blackburn College of Carlinville, Illinois is free to those who do not make that much money, if I would have known that tidbit of information before I joined the Navy, then I never would have joined the Navy. I would have simply gone to college. I love school. I've always loved school. So to have the opportunity and to take the the path of literally like maximum education is a joy to me. And although it is stressful to literally not have any fucking money and not have any prospects of making money, and to choose the path where it's guaranteed that I won't make money for a very long time, and in fact I will have less money, not just because like going to school is expensive or whatever, but also like because like it will take money away from me. It is not a money gaining thing, it is a money losing thing. Knowing all of these little pieces of the puzzle, still, it's an absolute joy to me. It is the best possible thing in my eyes for my situation, that I'm even able, that I am blessed with the ability to choose that I want the path of maximal school, of a PhD MD, or rather a PhD DO path, where I stay in school until there's no more school left to take for the particulars of the school that I'm taking. For the, there's no more school left to take for the areas that I'm studying. That is a joy. That is more than I could have ever dreamed of as a teenage boy, as a child, as anything. Just the very ability for me to choose to do something like that is incredible to me, and I could not have asked for a better life for myself. I really couldn't. It's like that's far more than I could have ever have hoped for in my entire life. But as I said, if I would have known that school is free for people who don't make too much money, and that I qualified as such, if I would have known that sequence of information, then I simply would not have joined the Navy. I would have just gone to Blackburn and I probably wouldn't have done very well. There's lots of things. There's lots of skills that I got as part of my time in the Navy, which have been proven to help people out in academic endeavors, have proven to improve academic scores. So while it would have been much easier if I would have simply been diagnosed and began treatment for my various mental disorders much quicker in my life, and I would have wasted a lot less of my education benefits that I earned through my military service. While all of that is true, also, I would not have done as well in academia without my the skills I learned in military service. That much is scientifically proven.
Эй! Ты в порядке? Нет, не делай этого!
Speak. Where are the others?
So,
Снимите меня отсюда!
also, if I would have fully processed the information that I had
He's coming too.
in whenever I realized that there's a free clinic, or there was a free clinic in Alton, Illinois, across from the McDonald's that burned down and then was rebuilt in the exact same spot, close to the Clark Bridge. If I would have fully processed that information, then perhaps I would have simply just gone there for all of my health care. And I would not have, gone into the military for any healthcare related reasons. And if I would have known at that time that mental health services have always been free at Centerstone in Alton, Illinois, if I would have known that information, if that would have been part of the knowledge in my head, then I could have not only had free college, and I could have not only had free college, but I could have gotten a diagnosis for all of my mental illnesses, and perhaps even treatments, education, therapy, assistance, help, everything. The 4 years that I spent in the military were not necessary for the things that have given me the most actual joy in my life. The things that have given me the most success in my life. My military training does not, in some way, shape, or form, outweigh my, massive doses of antidepressants. My life didn't change after military service. My life didn't greatly improve after military service. My life certainly improved in a lot of ways while I was active duty in military service. But afterwards, once it was done and over with, my life, severely decreased in quality quite quickly. So whenever I went back to my life, post-military, it decreased in quality rather quickly, and I would say more sharply than ever before, and more completely than ever before. I was treated far more harshly than even I was as a child. And that much is reflected on my medical records as well. But all of that being said, all of that being stated, I wouldn't trade my time in the military for the world. However, if you are unable to go into the military, if you do not want to go into the military, just know that it is not a necessary step for these things. For whether it's healthcare, whether it's therapy, whether it's medication, whether it's whether it's education. You do not need to go into the military for these reasons. You can find these things even here in the United States of America for free or at a greatly reduced cost. I could have simply moved on to a college campus and things would have been a lot easier for everybody involved. But I was capable of joining the military, and I wanted to join the military. Now, I wanted to get the education and the medical benefits out of my time in service, and I successfully did so.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
But if you don't want to, you don't have to. Don't worry. If you can't, then you don't have to. Don't worry. If you have to choose between a cure to your illness and military service, choose the cure for your illness every single time. There is nothing that a job, a place of employment can do that can be more powerful than the cure for an illness. And I know, calling it a cure for an illness, that's a hefty term, because you might believe in your heart that a cure for illness means that a cure means that it goes away. Like whenever my leg was broken, the cure was that the cast that they put my leg in. And once they took the cast off, my leg was no longer broken. Well, that's not what a cure means in most cases. It's like, if they give you medication, if they give you medication so that you don't have a heart attack, and now you have to take a pill every day, that's not something to really complain about, because heart attacks can be fatal.
Roger that.
It's like you have to eat every day, you have to shit every day, you have to sleep every day. Taking this tiny little pill, if that's the only thing that you have to do for your illness, this is not something that you really need to be complaining about. If that is the cure for your illness, then why the fuck are you complaining? Because that tiny little pill that you have to take every day in order to make several, symptoms of your illness disappear, that tiny little pill, like, that's not much to ask for the benefits that come out of it. It's like even if you had to eat like an orange every day, like, and that was the cure for scurvy, that wouldn't be that much to ask either, but they're not even asking that much of you. They're you take a fucking pill, like, it's tiny, an orange would be much, much larger. And they're not even asking that of you, So like, you know, no amount of money, no job, no place of employment or whatever. None of that is going to help you as much as a cure for your illness. First and foremost, a proper diagnosis. You know, if you believe that you know, if you've got major depressive disorder like I do,
Where are your friends?
and you believe that that's caused by gremlins or the fact that, you know, they continue to air episodes of Pokemon, then, you know, that's not it, you know. If you have major depressive disorder, but you think that you have fucking mad cow disease, then a proper diagnosis is going to be the biggest game changer for you in your life.
Where are your friends?
Actually knowing what's wrong. Therefore, you can get to the actual treatment, which has worked for, you know, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of actual people throughout all of human history. That's what's really going to be the major game changer and difference. Don't ever, you know, like, I know. You got some jackass that tells you to lie to the recruiter so that you can get into the military. Oh, don't tell them about the fact that you have a mental illness or something like that. Just lie to them to get into the military. Don't. Do not fucking do that shit. Because it is not going to, you know, this gainful employment is not going to cheer you up as much as treatment for your actual fucking illness. I want to make that extremely abundantly clear. Because you can, in fact, you know, like John Jandai, the Life is Easy guy from TED Talk, who did a TED Talk. You can, in fact, look up his video about how to make a house. It's about a 200 square foot house, give or take, depending on if the measurements that he gives in that video is correct. So he makes a house out of mud bricks in less than 10 hours with just a few people. And he said, like, if he had less people, it would have been faster. Because he had all these people, they were bumping into each other, getting into each other's way. He said, I've put together a house very similar to this, very similar size, very similar design. I've done it much faster with less people. And especially if he didn't have to stop every 10 seconds and, you know, explain what he's doing to all these people because they don't know what they're doing because he's teaching these other people. That's the reason why they're there. So, like, you know, I could do it a lot faster with less people. So if it takes 10 hours for you to build your fucking house, then what the hell is going on? You know, you do not need the job in order to get the money. What you need is 10 hours and dirt, you know. Dirt and water, not even a clean source of water, just fucking rain, whatever, you know. That's what you need. You don't need the job. You might arguably need the land, but even then, that's not necessarily the case. There's plenty of people that just decide not to own land, you know. And there's also plenty of free campers that you can live in on Craigslist. People will just give away their campers for free sometimes And even if they don't give it away for free, you know, like just ask a friend to stay on a couch for a month, stay in a homeless shelter for a month to save on rent long enough for you to buy a $1,000 or less camper working minimum wage. Ask to camp on somebody's land and how much, you know, money that it would cost to camp on one of their acres for just a short 30 days, that you can save up money so that you can buy a camper and then start sleeping in Walmart parking lots or whatever, and then use the money that you save doing that to, you know, buy some tax sale lands. Do you know that land can be as cheap as $14, $14, as in less than the price of a meal at Cracker Barrel. Land can be less than $14 in Arizona. Like, it's fucking buck wild, the kind of shit that you can find out there. So buy some tax sale land by sleeping in a camper for a little while, and then drag that camper onto your own land, and then take 10 hours to build an actual house on your own land out of fucking mud bricks, you know? Like, you don't need the job. So don't tell me like, oh, the job would make me happy because I'd be able to afford a house. You don't need the job to afford the house. You don't need a job, you need a house. Simple, easy. The house part, that's not a big problem. The job part can be a big problem. Are you starting to pick up where I'm dropping here? So I didn't need the job. I didn't need the healthcare. I didn't need the I didn't need the job. I didn't need the healthcare. I didn't need the education. I could have gotten them all. You know, I could have gotten everything that I wanted with the money that I was going to get from the job. I could have gotten that for free. I could have gotten the healthcare for free. I could have gotten the education for free. I was capable of joining the military, and I wanted to join the military. Still, joining the military was unnecessary. I enjoyed my time in the military. I wouldn't trade it for the world. Still, my time in the military was unnecessary. I didn't need to do that. So if you don't want to, or you can't, it is far from the end of the world. Just know that. If you feel like your back is against the wall, it's not. There are ways around this. Think, search, and whenever you start to think of like, you know, but I need the money or something like that, test that thesis. What were you going to buy with the money? Now that you've figured out what you were going to buy with the money, now just punch into Google free and then that. And now that we got like chat GPT and stuff like that, you know, like now it's even easier for you to like ask the AI like, how do I get like a free house or something like that, and you know, start working on it. Like they got $1 houses in Detroit, that's all great and everything, but also they have $1 houses in Italy. It's like, I know that you probably have complaints about Detroit, but do you have complaints about Italy? Oh, I don't speak Italian. I didn't speak Korean whenever I moved to South Korea in 2013. Because I didn't have to fucking speak Korean. Because the international meeting language is English. And I can do points, grunts, and pelvic thrusts to to, you know, to close all of the gaps in communication that I got from not knowing the Korean language. Like I could pantomime my way through it. I literally never ran into a problem where I was like, oh shit, if I fucking knew if I knew how to speak the Korean language, then I wouldn't be in this situation. It never happened. I moved to South Korea as a veteran, as a civilian, you know, in 2013. And took all my fucking money. All my money, all my benefits, everything that I worked hard for is just fucking gone in an instant because, you know, because the politicians can't get along. Fucking horseshit. Whatever. It is what it is. Come on. Oh, I tried. Okay. So, my friend in the delayed enlistment program, he chose intelligence technician. He fashioned himself as a smart person, and he thought that that was the smart thing to do. That was that. That was his choice, and he went with it. I chose to be a Master at Arms in the United States Navy, a military police anti-terrorism force protection unit, and that was my choice. I fashioned myself as a strong person. I figured that just like I had grown my strength, not necessarily my muscles, but I had at the very least grown my strength, and perhaps I could grow other skills to fill that gap. I had believed in the growth mindset, and I had evidence that the growth mindset existed because I didn't start out strong. But now I had fashioned myself as a strong person. This sounded like a strong job. This sounded like a job that a strong person could do. So as a result of this, what I perceived to be a strong person job, I figured that I was in my element, and as a result of him being in this, what he perceived to be smart person job, he thought that he was in his element. So how does the story end? Well, okay. Once I was there, at first I wanted to be a military working dog unit. I wanted to be with a military working dog. But that's only for people who are at the top of their class. And not only do you have to be at the top of your class in A school, but they also have to be hiring. So first you have to be really good, which I wasn't. I wasn't really bad either. I was kind of in the middle. I probably was the worst in the class, but it never really came up, you know. I was certainly better than a lot of people at shooting, and it was mostly shooting, so I don't think I was bottom of the class in that regard. But I do think that I probably was the worst MA, at least at the time. But I was shooting a hell of a lot better than a lot of other people, so that was that. I'd practiced a lot, not at the range, but with Time Crisis, the video game series. Figured I can't afford to go to the range all the time, so might as well just, you know, play a lot of Time Crisis. It turns out that once you adjust for recoil and stuff like that, you know, the rest of Time Crisis is kind of shooting fundamentals and reflexes. It really does help. Time at the range would help more, but if you had to choose between nothing and Time Crisis, then Time Crisis would help. And so it did. So that was that. So besides just Time Crisis, there was also besides that, you know, so I wasn't the top of my class. So even if they were hiring, which I don't think that they were at the time, I don't think that they had any positions at the time, because nobody from my class went to military working dog training. But even if they were hiring at the time, I wouldn't have qualified because I wasn't top of my class. So all of that being said, once the military working dog opportunity had come and gone, and I didn't make the cut, and they weren't hiring, both simultaneously. Both can happen. I'm not making an excuse for myself because they weren't hiring. Even if they were hiring, I wouldn't have fucking qualified. But with all that, you know, said and done, both things being true, both they were not hiring and I wouldn't have made the cut anyways. Once that was said and done and over with, I learned about the other C schools. Not SEA C schools, but the letter C schools. So A school, that's your primary job. C school is kind of like an add-on, you know. Once I learned about all these different add-ons, there were several things that I wanted to be. I wanted to be a non-lethal weapons instructor. But non-lethal weapons instructors are somebody who has already been in the force for quite some time, and then they're considered for that service. So I didn't have the time in service. This was the information that I received from talking to other human beings at the time. They could have been mistaken. My memory can be mistaken. It could have been what was going on at the time. So for those of you in the know, you might be sitting there going, I am a master at arm right now, and I can tell you that they send the younger guys to be that and all this kind of stuff. And sure, that might be the way that it is now. But the information that I got about how it was then, this is the information that I received. It might have been right, it might have been wrong, my memory might have been wrong, I might have been getting the wrong information from the wrong people because they didn't really know, they might have been lying to me on purpose or an accident, whatever. But that's the information I received at the time. So, according to them, the reason that I wasn't being sent to non-lethal weapons in school was because that's for senior people after much more time in the military. And that was at the very least verified anecdotally by the fact that one of the oldest people that was in my base at the time, in the base that I was stationed at the time, he was the non-lethal weapons instructor. So then I wanted to be a crew serve weapons instructor, but same thing there. So then I wanted to be a part of protective services more than anything. The bodyguard for admirals. You know, I thought of myself like, I'm never going to be an important person my entire life. I'm never going to be anybody. I'm going to die in a ditch somewhere and nobody's ever going to remember my name, but at the very least I could protect important people. If I could be protective services, then I could, you know, by the extension of protecting this important person's life, then perhaps I could be important. It was a very alluring thought in my eyes. But they also simultaneously have to be, you have to want it, you have to apply for it, and they had to be hiring, and they were never hiring. Not during my time in service. That's the information that I got from other people, at least. So I went through my time in the Navy as a regular Master at Arms. I only had the A school and nothing else. Served my time, got out honorably, left active duty honorably, and that was that. But in the meantime, how does the story end on the other side of the equation? My friend who fashioned himself as a smart person, with no evidence whatsoever that he's smart, other than the fact that he's, graduated from high school and I hadn't. How does the story end for him? Well, very interestingly, I left active duty after 4 years because I felt like I could do something more with my life than guard the entrances to many military installations and ask for IDs. I felt that there was something greater that I could do in my life. I felt that at the very least, with my benefits, I could actually go to college, get a bachelor's degree, which is required to become a certified strength and conditioning specialist. So with that, then I could actually be a personal trainer in real life, and then other people could experience the joy not just of exercising and having that release endorphins, but also the joy of having does this even have a... It doesn't even have a spotlight. That's so fucking weird. Okay. That's strange. It's facing the wrong direction. That whole thing is weird. But, he decided that even though he fashioned himself as a smart person, that he was going to stay in the military. He was still focused on what would be the easiest thing according to himself, according to his own strengths. Now, according to his own strengths, he did not consider himself a strong person, even after he was proven wrong in front of his own eyes with his own results inside the judo arena. Whenever he's tossing other human beings across the room with the greatest of ease because he's very, very strong now. And if you think that I'm being facetious about my strength, I was doing a lot of exercises with sandbags, which are now part of helicopter and rescue operations. I was doing a lot of things with sandbags and the like, a lot of things that are much more akin to what perhaps the Special Forces would do and stuff like this. I was very interested in all of these different GPP, General Physical Preparedness, doctrines and stuff like that. So I'd done a ton of research about it. It was something that I really wanted, I was really interested in. And the results were spectacular. I also would toss other human beings across the room, but I actually paid attention whenever I did so. It fell in line with my...
Эй, ты слыхал? Сбили крокодил, который летел из Баграм. Шутишь?
Я не хочу умирать! Черт!
kick ass.
Lie down. Spit it out. Where are the others?
So,
Spit it out. Where are your friends?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Кто-нибудь снимите меня!
so he fashioned himself as a smart person. I fashioned myself as a strong person. I felt like there was going to be, there could be more to my life.
Кто-нибудь снимите меня!
That if the only thing that was required to be certified strength and conditioning specialist was more of this research that I'd already put into all this general physical preparedness thing, which eventually a lot of it got adopted by you know, special forces and integrated in their training, and the Marines, stuff like that. If all that being a personal trainer required was more of all the research that I had already done, then I considered it, you know, a cinch. Like, learning is learning. But I'd never been very good at academia. Just because you enjoy something doesn't mean that you're very good at it. Just ask your partner the next time that you perform fellatio. Joke. Don't get mad at me. They might enjoy it. Whether or not you're skilled, it's neither here nor there. Anyways. So, so I thought I was destined for greater things, and he was still focused on what he considered to be his strength. And he fashioned himself a smart person. This seemed like the smart thing to do. He also fashioned himself a lazy person. So this seems like the best thing that a lazy person could do. And again, he had no evidence for this, besides the fact that all of us Homo sapiens don't really like to burn calories, and we all default to thinking that we need that shit for the winter, because that's what caused our species to survive about 1 trillion years ago, you know? Not 1 trillion, but you know what I mean. In mankind's distant past, whenever we outlasted the Neanderthals, you know, things were different. They didn't have a lot of fat on the midsections. We do. We survived. They didn't. They were quite muscular. Look up Neanderthals. Look up, in particular, look up T-Nation and their article about Neanderthals. Every fucking Neanderthal looked like Brock Lesnar. It was crazy. They're all fucking jacked beyond belief. Like, any one of them could have, like, ripped your arms off and beat you to death with them. But we had fat and they didn't. So, therefore we won. Fucking crazy.
Знаешь, что я только что услышал? Даже не должны быть в этом вонючем месте.
Как это?
Изначально с этими бояками должны были разобраться с ЛДРА. В определенный момент их боевой дух падает ниже плинтуса, и они дезертируют. Совершенно бесполезны.
Значит, мы делаем работу за них?
Нас отправляют в эту дыру подтирать им задницы.
Не говори так. Сражаться здесь большая честь. Кроме того, в следующем месяце нас здесь уже не будет. Да?
Ага. Нас может спасти хотя бы эта полигоновая смена войск. Ну ладно, мне пора.
Давай.
Come on, take up your final fucking post. Whatever it is. Or just try to phase into one another and become one singular entity.
On the ground. Spit it out. Where are your friends? Spit it out. Where are your friends?
So even though my friend fashioned himself to be a smart person, and he fashioned himself to be the smart thing to do, he also fashioned himself to be a lazy person. And he thought he was lazier than he was smart. And therefore, he figured that he could keep doing this whole Navy thing. He'd already done it for 4 years. So whenever the time came, he re-enlisted. And then, soon enough, the time comes, and he, on the ship, he's stationed on board a ship, and he is trained up to be visitor board search and seizure. So his job is to invade foreign boats that get too close to Navy boats. Safety precaution. Last time that we didn't do that was in the year 2000. Shortly before the USS Cole incident, it was not a good time for anybody involved.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
So to go onto somebody's boat, to briefly inconvenience them, and to leave their boats once we find out that they're not a threat, that is much more preferable than what happened to the USS Cole in the year 2000. So he was trained to be one of these people who go onto foreign boats and train them. Apparently he excelled at the task, because somehow or another that information got around to somebody, because pretty soon he is looking down at a list of what locations he can choose to go to next, and he chooses the location, but they, whenever he arrives, his name comes up not as an intelligence technician anywhere, but rather as a riverine. He is now part of the shallow mudwater Navy, patrolling shallow waters and war zones all the way across the planet. He could not, at that point in time, he was put into some special category where he could not, at that point in time, even be stationed overseas. He could not choose an overseas duty station. So each time that he goes overseas, it counts as another deployment. And he's paid extra for the deployment and whatnot. All that combat duty and all this other kind of shit, all of that is added to his paycheck. He buys a car. He buys a second car, simply because then the other car is a muscle car. He buys a PC. He buys the most top of the line PC. He creates a little bachelor fucking PC setup that any nerd in the world would be jealous of, with the most top of the line shit possible. I run into him in California in 2015 or 16, early 16 it had to be. Late 2015, early 2016. He shows me this entire setup. He hands me his second Xbox. No. He hands me his Xbox because he no longer needs one, because he's got this top of the line, you know, PC setup. He tells me if I don't need it, then I can give it to my little brothers.
It wasn't one of the targets, but that's put a hole in their air surveillance. The chopper will be able to get in close.
My Xbox 360 eventually red rings, and so I switched to his. It eventually red rings, and so I switched to PlayStation 1 games, and I beat all the rest of them. Switched to PlayStation 2 games, and then borrow a damn it. I forgot that I took the suppressor off. So all that happens. He's making money hand over fist, but also he doesn't want to be in the Riverines anymore. He doesn't want to be prized by his strength and combat prowess. He wants to return to his life as an IT, being the only one with fucking, you know, air conditioning and internet access on board a ship, where he gets like mostly sit in a chair all day and stuff like that. That's what he wants his life to be, and instead it's this crazy action-packed adventure where he's constantly deploying overseas. And sure, getting money hand out of over fist to do so, but he would much rather return to his lazy life where everything was easy and he was in his wheelhouse and he was comfortable. And so I run into him in late 2015, early 2016, somewhere in this time frame. We catch up on all of our old times. We talk to each other and start to figure this thing out. And at that point in time, I was part of the U.S. Army Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps, and I was closing in on the end of the program. I was closing in on I was closing in on being done with it all.
The chopper will be able to get in close now. You can designate a landing zone near the outpost. So your suppressor is worn out.
Pretty soon, not too much time later, I was going to have, you know, at the very least, double his paycheck as an enlisted person. But in the meantime, he was celebrating the fact that he had recently become E6, and therefore he did not have to try anymore. He didn't have to gain any more, he did not have to gain any more ranks. He could instead just maintain his rank as an E6 and then ride out the rest of his time in the military, active duty at the very least. So he was celebrating this fact. And I pointed out to him that as an E6, he made roughly, as an E6, he made roughly $3,000 a month. And a 20-year retirement was going to lend him, a 20-year retirement was going to lend him 50% of his last paycheck, which would be $1,500 a month. Damn it, I can't retrieve this fucking bird. So I let him know. I said, like, $1,500 a month is not enough for your average rent, utilities, food, water, and everything else. And so he says, okay, then I will retire. I said, like, you can keep going for 30 years, but then it's much more likely that they'll want you to gain rank again, to not hoard what you've already earned, but to start actually trying to get more, to start being, you know, to be on top of your game again. It's like, you know, you're celebrating early. This may not be a possibility in the near future, or in a future that makes any sort of sense. So he said,
Where are your friends?
he said, okay, then I'll just get a job after I retire. He said, you know, like, are you listening to yourself? You're going to retire and then immediately get a job after you retire so that you can, you know, make enough money for, like, a one-bedroom apartment? Like, do you hear yourself right now? So, like, you still have time. You can do the upgrade to officer, get at least double your paycheck, and then retire with a living fucking wage that you'd earn through your fucking military service. You can actually have enough money to be able to... At this time, I wasn't really pushing the whole, like,
You gotta extract him.
build a house with dirt blocks and stuff like that. I wasn't pushing that idea or narrative or anything of the sort at the time. So he's like, well, you know, like, I'm like, you know, you could do that. He's like, well, you know, that's like a brand new thing. He's like, you know, it's like he doesn't want to start from the bottom again. He doesn't want to, you know, have to learn this brand new thing. And I said, like, you know, you see this man, you know, you see your officers. It's like, what is it that he does that you can't do? What's the hidden thing that you think that he can't do? And then at the end of the whole thing, like, he's making like dozens of excuses now and stuff like that. Just he's desperately trying to hold on to the, you know, peanuts that he has, and trying to justify doing nothing whatsoever to improve the, you know, situation. Like, he's very clearly, you know, he's on the train tracks. He can see the train tracks. He can see that there's a train a-coming, and he's trying to justify standing on the train tracks still. And then that's whenever he says the key words. He says, you know, well, that's the big thing. I'm not, you know, it's very clear that I'm not smart enough to go to college. So now suddenly he's completely changed his view of himself. Now the roles are reversed. Now he believes that secretly he's just too stupid to go to college. He will change his identity. He will do whatever it takes to justify, you know, there's remaining exactly the way that he is right now and not improving whatsoever. He used to every now and again hit me up on Facebook and ask like how he could stick to a workout routine. But in the meantime, he chose the easy job for lazy people. and he got the action-packed life. I chose the action-packed life for action-packed people, and I got the lazy job, you know. It's weird how these things just fucking worked out. And really, I didn't even get the lazy job, you know. Like, there's plenty of people. I mean, one of my older coworkers, while I was stationed in Korea, told me about how they were standing at somewhere, fucking Beirut or something, I don't know. They were standing somewhere in a war-torn country. Holy fuck. I was able to hide behind the guy in back while the guy in front approached. That was bananas. That was some fucking live action kite level of fucking nonsense. Even though he said over, still, CP is acting like he was interrupted whenever I alarmed everybody with my shooting. So my older coworker in Korea, he was somewhere in some war-torn country whenever a car bomb went off fairly close to where he was standing guard at the gate, and the shockwave apparently blew him completely off of his feet. It's like there were plenty of action-packed stories from Master at Arms. I didn't, you know, choose the action-packed job and then end up having, you know, a relatively simple career.
You gonna extract him?
I chose the action-packed job, and somehow or another, I constantly ended up in a position where it wasn't action-packed. A lot of people want to do things like be a hero and stuff like that, but it's all about being in the right place at the right time. If you would like to put yourself in the right place so that the right time might come much more quickly, then the military, special forces, you already know the types of jobs, positions, places, things that you could have to do where these opportunities would arise much more often, that you have a much higher chance of these sorts of things happening. However, you know, that's still not a guarantee. Before he died, you know, God rest his soul, Richard Mochowicz, Mac from Future Weapons, in case you know him from there. He joined the Navy SEALs, and he was ready and raring to go anywhere and do anything after all of his basic underwater demolition / SEAL training and whatnot. And he said, you know, like, one of the things that he didn't really care where he went. He just wanted to go out there, do some cool stuff, and he didn't want to go anywhere cold. And as luck would have it, there was some special forces personnel and whatnot that needed training on how to insert into enemy territory on skis. So his first duty station was to be a ski instructor. Someplace covered in snow and predictably someplace very cold. And being an instructor, it's not exactly the most action-packed place. Like, sometimes luck just isn't on your side. He quit the Navy after 10 years. I believe he was honorably discharged or whatever, but whenever it was time for him to re-enlist, he didn't. He said he was doing some sort of guard detail somewhere, and he was kind of zoning out, and he suddenly came to the realization that that he'd sort of lost his edge, and he really didn't know how to get himself back out of this funk, and so he made what he thought was the right decision, which was to leave the United States military before this relaxed posture got someone killed. He was afraid that whenever the time came, he wouldn't have it, whatever it is. He wouldn't have the X factor that would lead to his success whenever lives were on the line. He was very, very afraid that that was the case, and he was willing to bet everybody else's life on it. Or rather, he wasn't willing to bet everybody else's life on it. I'll tell you, one of the most liberating days of my life was whenever I discovered that you don't have to be smart to go to medical school. You don't have to be anything. It's like it first was a shock whenever I thought that I was smart, and I took an IQ test whenever I was a child and turned out to have had 105 IQ. I was average in every way. But turned out to be the blessing in disguise whenever I'm constantly bombarded with people that try to tell me that my success is due to some innate magic power that I have. Oh, I was just predestined because, you know, I got my bachelor's degree, I got my associate's degree because I was smart, right? You know, I was just predestined to be this way. And the reason that you don't have a bachelor's degree is because you're stupid, right? But no. No one fucking is given a bachelor's degree because they have a high enough IQ. Nobody has their bachelor's degree taken away from them because they have a low IQ. I wasn't given an associate's degree because I was smart. I was given an associate's degree because I stayed in class for longer than the 2 years that my institution required me to get a bachelor's degree. And while I was in that class, I followed the instructions of the teachers. There's nothing in addition to that. There's no gotcha moment. There's nothing hidden behind the curtain or anything. It's literally, I went to class, I did what the teacher fucking told me to do, and then eventually, after failing to do so a couple of times, obviously, since it took me 4 years to do a task that everybody else is supposed to be able to do in 2 years, eventually I succeeded enough times that they gave me a fucking associate's degree.
Конец связи.
He keeps fucking telling you to smoke out the enemy, and you keep sitting there with your fucking dick in your hand. There you go. Fucking move, motherfucker. Making lots of noises. Come my way. Come my direction. Fucking disobeying orders over there with your dick in your hand. Damn it. Oh, smoke out the enemy? Okay, yeah, I'm doing that, you know. Sitting over there, mine playing Monster Hunter on his PS Vita. So yeah, whenever it's well within the capability of even the most average high schooler to actually leave high school with an associate's degree, so long as that their high school offers such a program, you start to get an idea of what is actually required to gain that level of success in college. I got my associates in applied science because I completed 60 credit hours of tertiary education, period. That's it. There's no man hidden behind the curtain. There's no Wizard of Oz. I wasn't also smart. The job wasn't easier for me because I was smart. If it's difficult for you, it's because it's more than likely difficult for everybody. But if you're having a lot of problems, more than necessary, more than other people are having, if you're having a shitload of problems, if you cannot concentrate, it seems like no matter what you do, you're going nowhere, and you're doing nothing. You're avoiding things at all costs. It seems a monumental task just to move your hand, much less to you know, do your homework or something like that. Whenever all of that is going on, and everybody's looking at you going, like, I don't know what the hell your problem is. Like, it's not that hard and stuff like that. Whenever that's the signal that you're getting, you're not dumb. You're most likely ill. Perhaps it's at that point in time, it's time to get yourself checked. To go into a healthcare facility, some of which would be available at low or no cost to you, and to succeed. There are many college classes which are in fact high school classes. No man behind the curtain. It'll literally say like high school algebra, and that'll be the class. And whenever you get this invoice, that's the last invoice, I get the master's certificate. That gives me the option to make something or the other, develop something or the other in the future, some sort of box probably. But that's not all the code names. I gotta get code name for that one, code name for that one, code name from that one. Let's get those. Just take my word for it as somebody who has experienced both, you know. Don't make an excuse for yourself not to try. So if you got through high school, then you can get through college. It's the same fucking shit. A lot of times it's literally the same shit. You'll be taking high school algebra. But now it's like you can take high school algebra, but now you're doing it for college credit. Fucking saw me out of the corner of his eye.
Я не хочу умирать!
Bango, bango, bongo. See him start to put his hands down. Eventually he'll put his hands down, whip out a knife and try to stab me. Since he's already dropped his gun on the ground, he doesn't want to reach all the way to the ground.
Speak. Where are the others? He's coming too. Roger that. Speak. Where are your friends? You gotta extract him.
So don't give yourself an excuse not to try. But if you're having like a lot of struggles that other people aren't having,
He's coming too.
and especially if you start hearing certain phrases like, you had so much potential if only you could apply yourself, that's a little dog whistle that is it's an actual thing that those who have ADHD will tell you. They'll tell you that that's a little thing that you need to listen for, because it's possible that the reason the person is saying that to you is actually because you're exhibiting symptoms of ADHD, of attention deficit disorder, or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or whatever. Like, so they're telling you that because you're exhibiting these symptoms and they don't know how to process your actions. I mean, you don't know how to process your actions either, so. And so that's the common way that human beings process this particular situation. By telling you, you had so much potential, if only you could apply your, if only if only you would apply yourself. It's always presumptive, right? Always you're being lazy. This is your fault. Poor people deserve to be poor, etc. You know? That's a little dog whistle for you to listen for. Oh, I'm exhibiting symptoms of an illness. An illness is not my fault. Having an illness doesn't make me a crazy person. Having an illness does not make me a bad person. I'm not a bad person because I have an illness. I wasn't a bad kid because I broke my leg. So why would you be a bad person because your mind is broken? You didn't even fucking break your mind. I climbed to the top of a jungle gym, I fell off a jungle gym, and my fucking leg was broken. I didn't do anything to fucking break my head. I didn't do anything to break my mind, you know, like, it's fucking very fucking clear that, that, you know, my mental illnesses are not my fucking fault. So why the hell would that make me a bad person? Forget all the fucking stigma that comes with mental illnesses and everything. Look at it objectively and realize that, oh, well, It's just a problem. It's a problem, just like a broken leg. A broken mind is a problem, just like a broken leg. It doesn't make me a bad person for having a broken leg. So why would it make me a bad person to have a broken mind? Let me get it fixed so that it stops holding me back. Let me get it fixed so that once it starts holding me back, I can start to reach my potential and do the things that I want to do and enjoy my life more because I'm not stuck in this way. Let me get it fixed so that I'm not burdening my family with my illness. I constantly need help because of my illness. Let me get it fixed because no, my illness isn't my fucking spark and it's not giving me some magical ability. Van Gogh was a good artist, and Van Gogh cut off his ear. These are two separate things. People who cut off their ears are not suddenly flooded with artistic ability. What the fuck, man?
Get down. Spit it out. Where are your friends?
Oh. The sneaking suit that I'm wearing
Where are your friends?
makes my... The sneaking suit that I am wearing makes my footsteps silent. The flies that I'm wearing makes my odor prolific. They are turning around because they can fucking smell me long before they can see me. You see how he tried to turn around? They can fucking smell me long before they can fucking see me. I forgot that that's a thing. I only have one more fucking guard post in all of Afghanistan, and then I can get out of free roam and for the rest of my time in Afghanistan. And then I just have to repeat this again for the Africa map. So,
Where are the others?
well, simultaneously, it's very, well, simultaneously, you don't need to be making excuses not to try, like my good friend. And by the way, if he is listening, or somebody who is related to him is listening, I might have I might have remembered the circumstances of his life not 100% accurately. At this point in time in my life, I have more than likely met at least 1 million people. Like, forgive me if I can't get 100% of all of his, of all of the events in his life straight. If I can't get the story straight to this one particular person, please forgive me, Joe, and his, you know, family and everything. Super sorry, but I tried as best as I could to you know, tell his story the way it was told to me. I hope I got at least most of it right. Either way, so like don't make excuses that so that you don't even try. But also, if something is really difficult for you, but it's not difficult for everybody else, then that might be something that you should pay attention to, and you might even have to hound furiously and make it your primary goal to figure out what's wrong. My grandmother was far, into, my grandmother, God rest her soul, was far, far into her 60s, late 60s, something like that, before she was finally given the news that her lungs are smaller than everyone else's lungs. You would have think that that would have showed up in one of the thousands of fucking x-rays that she had taken or something like that, but apparently none of these fucking medical professionals from all over the fucking, you know, I would say from all over the globe, but not really. My theory is that if there's a place that people, generally speaking, really don't want to go, but they go there anyways, and they could afford to do something else, they could afford to go somewhere else, you know, like doctors. My theory is that if a doctor ends up in bumfuck nowhere like where I'm from, which people don't end up at, they just simply are here because they cannot afford to go to someplace desirable. My theory is that whenever that happens, it might be because these doctors don't want to be here either, but they're not good doctors, so they were sent out here. And they can't be sent somewhere more desirable because better doctors are higher on the list of people who, you know, desire to go to these places. That's my theory anyways. I have no evidence to support this whatsoever, but it seems to make sense in my mind. So that is my current theory. That's my conspiracy theory. I'm sticking to it. Wow, he really soft-spotted me. It's nothing. He didn't even say anything to anybody. He didn't mutter to himself. Like, that might be something. You know what? That ain't nothing. That wasn't anything. I'm gonna fucking lose my marbles. Who the fuck is soft spotting me from this direction? Some invisible motherfucker over here is giving me the business. He's up here. You're up here, aren't you? Nope, he ain't up here. He's just fucking invisible. Whatever. Quick, 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 quick. Before he smells me.
Я не хочу умирать!
Speak. Where are the others?
Okay, he exists. But he's fucking invisible. He's somewhere. He's somewhere fairly close too. Whoa. Where did you come from?
Where are your friends?
You gonna extract him?
Don't spit it out. Where are your friends?
So, I know, I'm a Buddhist, so, like, this whole middle way thing, he got hurt by,
Speak. Where are
I've
your
already
friends?
forgotten what I shot, but apparently he got hurt by it because he fucking stood up. Not like hurt because, you know, it's not bleeding or anything. It's not going to affect my chance of getting him out of here, but like he got nudged by it. He got slug bugged by it, and I'm not getting him a chance to slug back, you know?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Кто-нибудь снимите меня!
He's coming too. Roger that.
I fucking knew it.
Roger.
Okie dokie. I can start heading towards the helicopter 800 fucking meters away. That spot right there isn't even an option. I don't even get the option to fucking have people pick me up in the spot that they force you to go to in the first mission. Phantom Limbs. Fucking weird. You know what? There's a spot of land. He's talking about the horse. There's a spot of land not too far away from my current fucking position, but it's right off of the road, and I've seen tire tracks going through the land itself. So it's just enough room for you to like stick a fucking a camper there. And what I want is for like one of these, so I can move it out of the way and then move it back into the way each and every time that I pull in and out. And that would stop like a fucking car before it goes running through the area that I would be sitting at with a home, with some place that I live at. But I don't know what the fuck this fucking thing is called. Like road star? A road obstruction? I found like things that are like gutters or some shit, you know, like I found like the barriers on the side of the road. I found the things that they fucking fill with water. Like that's not gonna do the trick, man. But one of those metal thingies. Defecate command.
Prolonged time in the field is bad for the body and mind. I think it's time you took a break. Do it for me. Come back to Mother Base ASAP.
I'm gonna play the scene because whenever I first dropped off there, I rescued the dog, like I told you. dog, little puppy wandering around. He was right there at the landing zone by Desmasse Le Mans. Smossy Fort. Ocelot comes up, kisses me right on the mouth.
Didi, come back!
Ocelot, I missed you. Boss, I missed you too.
Mitch, here's the dog you brought back. Bit of a troublemaker. Not sure about the breed, though. He'll get bigger? Uh-huh. Like this. You know, I can look after him. He's still a pup, so he doesn't listen. I have a feeling someday he'll be useful. I suspect you discovered a real diamond in the rough. A little polish, I say we got a true diamond dog on our hands.
It's supposed to zoom in on the Diamond Dog logo, which is supposed to be on my arm, but I'm not wearing a regular uniform.
Ocelot raising hounds. Fine.
Fine.
Come on, Didi.
Like it's a big deal. A fucking dog on the base. The only thing I want on this fucking base is soldiers. What do you mean, mother base staff? Who are you, motherfucker?
Talk. Where are your friends?
Thanks for letting me join the fight.
Where are the others?
I'll do whatever you ask.
See, this guy's stalking Ox. You're not just fucking mother base staff. You have a name, fucker. Alright, stalking Ox. Stalking Ox. I want to see you disappear. Where you're safe. Somewhere off this base.
Thanks for that, boss.
Gotta get that hairball out of there, Geekette. It was a revelation to me whenever I discovered that the only thing keeping me from being a doctor and serving not just my country but my fellow man, and the best way that I could possibly think of, possibly saving lives and doing things like that. It was an incredible revelation. Stalking Ox, what are you doing here? Razor Iguana, what are you doing here? What the fuck are you doing here? I just fired every one of you motherfuckers.
Roger. This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Fired you too, fuckhead.
This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
The next question is, if military personnel and police
Gaining altitude.
can't use like tasers and police grade mace, otherwise known as OC spray, if they can't use that without potentially turning lethal, then what about tranquilizer darts? Why don't they just carry tranquilizer darts? Well, we discussed that in that whole part where The whole part with the anesthesiologist thing, how they have to go to school for about a zillion years. Tranquilizer darts don't usually like put an animal to sleep like at a zoo or something like that. They might make them real loopy though. Make them real relaxed. So what is that? Soviet soldier. It's going to be Afghan or Africa soldier. One horizontal. And both of those are going to be on base, and this one's going to be in Africa. All those are going to be carried by some people on some side ops that we'll run into. I can't believe I might have missed some blueprints. That's weird. Anyway, don't discount yourself. Once I realized that the only thing I have to do is stay in school and keep doing what I'm told, and then eventually I'll fail enough times that I'll eventually succeed. It's inevitable. If I stay in school, then success is as inevitable as death. I will eventually succeed, or I'll die trying. Why the fuck would I not want to die trying? I love school, and I want to serve my fellow man, and I want to go back to the military. I want to serve my country. I want to save lives. I want to be able to sleep at night because that's what I do, because I save lives. I want to have a definitive proof. I want to be able to look at somebody else and point my finger at them and say, that person wouldn't be here if it wasn't for me, for what I did, for my actions. And I'll do anything in my power to do that. And if that includes living in a camper, if that includes living on cheap land, if that includes, buying that cheap land the next time I get my student loan refund, if that includes building a house out of mud bricks on that cheap land, if that includes all of these different things, then that's more than fine by me. More than fine by me. If I have to lower my bills down as low as they can possibly go so that I can afford to keep going to school, then that's a worthwhile investment. Because if I keep going to school and I keep doing what I'm told, eventually I'll have that master's and that PhD, and eventually I'll get into medical school, and eventually I'll graduate. Eventually I will be a doctor. It's as inevitable as death. I will succeed, or I'll die trying. And I was going to die anyway, so I might as well die trying. I hope you find something like that for yourself. Whatever you want to do, wherever you want to go. Because I couldn't ask for a better life. I'll talk to you next time.